On March 18, 1980, John Favara was driving home from work when he accidentally struck his neighbor's child who was playing in the street. This was especially troubling for Favara because his neighbor was infamous mob boss John Gotti. So, how did the crime lord react to news of his son's accident? John Favara was a 51-year-old furniture warehouse manager who lived in Howard Beach, New York. He was the backyard neighbor of John Gotti. At the time, in 1980, John Gotti was a captain in the Gambino crime family, an Italian-American mafia outfit that still, to this day, dominates organized crime in New York City as one of the five families. Gotti later became boss of the Gambino family in 1985, thereby gaining control of one of America's most powerful crime syndicates. Frank Gotti was the second youngest of John Gotti's children with wife Victoria. On March 18, 1980, the 12-year-old was playing in the neighborhood with friends. One of these friends owned a minibike, and the children were taking turns driving it through the streets. At the same time, John Favara was driving home from work. That is when Frank Gotti dashed out onto the street and was struck by Favara's car, knocking him off the minibike and ultimately killing him. The Gotti family have published their own account of these events, alleging John Favara was drunk and speeding when he hit Frank. According to this account, Favara was so intoxicated he continued driving, dragging the boy's body 200 feet before finally being stopped by shocked and outraged neighbors. After being confronted, he belligerently asked what the child had been doing in the street without a hint of remorse. This dramatic account of the incident is somewhat contradicted by the fact that Frank's death was ruled an unavoidable accident, as he had supposedly entered the street at a blind spot, leaving no time for Favara to react. No criminal charges were filed against John Favara, which would be a gross miscarriage of justice if multiple neighbors had truly bore witness to drunken and reckless behavior at the scene of the incident. Once again, there are diverging accounts of what happened after Frank's death, with the more colorful account coming from the Gotti family. John Favara supposedly made no attempt to apologize for his actions and continued to act as if the whole incident didn't bother him in the slightest. He never had his car repaired or even cleaned of the blood. A few days after Frank's funeral, his grieving mother Victoria was disturbed by loud music and laughter coming from Favara's backyard. As she approached to confront the man who had killed her son, Favara met her with a smug smile before her husband John retrieved her and brought her back to the house, narrowly avoiding an incident. After John Gotti had gone to sleep, Victoria returned to the Favara household with a baseball bat and began striking Favara's car. Favara came out of his house cursing Victoria, at which point she swung the bat at him multiple times, but missed each time. She returned home before the police were called. Other accounts follow the thread of Frank's death being a genuine accident and have John Favara receiving death threats in the following weeks. The baseball bat also features in these accounts. John Favara had supposedly attempted to visit the Gotti household to apologize and offer his condolences. Upon arrival, he was attacked by a bat-wielding Victoria Gotti, after which he was treated at a local hospital, although he refused to press charges. Following this, Favara and his wife considered moving with their two sons out of Howard Beach, recognizing the danger posed by the Gotti family. Time was not on their side, however. 2 months after Frank's death, the Gottis departed for a vacation in Florida. 3 days later, John Favara disappeared. Eyewitnesses claim a van pulled up alongside him near his place of work and men beat him before hastily dragging him into the van. Rumors circulate over what exactly was done to Favara after this. Some say he was simply killed, others say he endured a more grisly fate before his demise. The public may never know for sure exactly what happened, but John Favara was never seen again. His wife, who had moved away with their 2 sons shortly after, had Favara declared dead in absentia 3 years later. John Gotti was an immediate suspect in the disappearance. When questioned by police, Gotti claims to know nothing about it, pointing out that he had been in Florida at the time and saying, "I'm not sorry the guy's missing. I wouldn't be sorry if the guy turned up dead." Although Favara's remains have never been found, details emerged decades later in allegations made in court. In a 2008 case against Charles Carniglia, a hitman for the Gambino family, prosecutors alleged John Gotti had ordered Favara's execution for killing his son, and Carniglia had carried it out before dissolving Favara's remains in acid. This information came from informants in the Gambino family, although it was never proven or disproven, as Carniglia was not on trial for Favara's murder. His case ended with convictions for 4 other murders, amongst other crimes, and he is still imprisoned to this day. No one has ever been charged in relation to John Favara's disappearance. After the 4 remaining Gotti children grew up and started families of their own, they each named a son Frank in honor of their brother. His older sister Victoria published a book about life in the family, in which the depiction of their own to this day. No one has ever been charged in relation to John Favara's disappearance. After the 4 remaining Gotti children grew up and started families of their own, they each named a son Frank in honor of their brother. His older sister Victoria published a book about life in the family, in which the depiction of John Favara as a heartless child killer appears. The account of a civilian terrorizing and antagonizing the family of a mafia captain is questionable, although the alternative, that being that Favara was an innocent man in an unavoidable accident, would be a fairly grim event considering how he spent his last moments. Whatever the case, that day in 1980 marks tragedy for 2 grieving families that left behind a son and brother, a husband and father. On the 10th of July 1969, a yacht is found adrift in the Atlantic. Logbooks, audio recordings, and film footage found on board describe the journey of the sailboat's lone captain attempting a record-breaking voyage around the world. But the captain is nowhere to be found, and his recordings seem to be telling 2 contradictory tales. In 1967, Francis Chichester made headlines with a historic single-handed circumnavigation. His tour took 226 days, marking the fastest sailing around the world at that point. His journey included a single stop in Sydney. The question then was, if Chichester could travel around the world making only 1 stop, who could do it without making any? British newspaper The Sunday Times issued the challenge in 1968. Anyone who sailed out from any British port between the 1st of June and the 31st of October was automatically in the running to complete a single-handed, non-stop tour of the world via the 3 capes. The first one to do so would receive the Golden Globe Trophy, and the second award for the fastest time was £5,000, a substantial amount in 1968, being roughly equivalent to 80,000 today. 9 men stepped up to the challenge, 8 of them experienced and accomplished seamen, but the 9th, a no-name hobbyist, was considerably out of place in the lineup. This was Donald Crowhurst. Donald Crowhurst was born in 1932 in British India. His family returned to England shortly after India's independence in 1947. The family had little savings, and after his father's death in 1948, Donald was forced to cut his education short and take on work. He trained as an apprentice at the Royal Aircraft Establishment before joining the RAF. From here, he drifted into the army as an engineer, but had to leave shortly after owing to a drunken hijink involving a stolen car. Over the next few years, he gained employment in electronics while he married and started a family of 4 children. In 1962, he started his own company, Electron Utilization, to manufacture electronic devices for yachts. Crowhurst had an interest in sailing. The company developed the Navigator, a radio direction finder. Crowhurst was described as an intelligent eccentric, a tinkerer with an intense charisma. Unfortunately, he was no businessman, and Electronic Utilization began to run into financial trouble. For Crowhurst, this was the latest in a string of promising careers that had gone awry. But now, with his own company, the stakes were higher, and Crowhurst was determined that this time, things would be different. He managed to secure a £1,000 investment from a local businessman, but when his financial troubles proved not to be temporary, he was in an even tighter spot than before. Then Crowhurst learned of the Golden Globe race. He reckoned that if he competed in the race, he could use the publicity to draw interest in the sailing devices he manufactured. The idea being that if his prototype devices could allow an amateur sailor to compete on the world stage, they would be proven as innovative essentials for all sailors. Donald had never undertaken a voyage even close to one of this magnitude, but with his company failing, he decided he'd just have to give it his best shot. Though his investor was looking for a return, Crowhurst was able to use his charisma to sell his idea, and the investor agreed to sponsor Crowhurst in the race and fund the construction of a specially designed boat. Crowhurst hired an agent to act as his public relations officer and based his race campaign in Teignmouth, Devon. The boat he commissioned was to be a trimaran, a very fast sailboat, but such a design was unproven for a journey of this length, and Crowhurst had never sailed one before. One of the problems with trimarans is they are virtually impossible to right once capsized. One of Crowhurst's inventions he planned on proving was a system that could detect an impending capsize via water sensors and inflate a buoyancy bag on top of the mast. This would prevent the boat from turning completely underwater, and an arrangement of pumps would allow him to flood sections of the boat to pull it upright again. However, by the time the boat had begun construction in late June, 3 contestants had already set sail. Crowhurst finally had his boat, the Teignmouth Electron, at port on the 31st of October, just hours before the race's deadline. After some complications that delayed the launch, he finally set sail out of Teignmouth port, and Donald Crowhurst's journey across the world had begun. It's important not to underestimate the difficulty of the task he was undertaking. His voyage would be physically demanding, fighting against rough seas, as well as mentally demanding. He would have to endure months of solitude out in the waters. It's a challenging trip for an experienced sailor. Donald Crowhurst was an amateur, but he hoped his unconventional speedy sailboat and his inventions would give him the edge over his competitors, and his high-stakes scenario provide him the willpower to complete the race. After all, what choice did he have? Unfortunately, complications and rushing had meant his sailboat was incomplete. None of his inventions were properly installed. Crowhurst dismissed this as an inconvenience. He would simply set them up on the journey. After 2 days at sea, and still within sight of Britain, the screws came off his self-steering. As he had no spares, he had to cannibalize other parts of the boat to replace them. A few days later, he ran into more
problems in the Bay of Biscay. His boat had a number of leaks, and as he couldn't get the pipes for his pumps, he had to bail the water out with a bucket. In his logbook, he cursed the shoddy engineering of the boat, making a long list of problems and work he would need to do to fix them. Among these was the generator breaking down due to water damage. His progress was falling short of his estimates too. He had hoped to get an average of 220 miles a day from the boat, but he was barely reaching half that. He had little faith the boat could complete the circumnavigation in this state, and began to realize how naive he'd been. At this stage, he estimated that should he continue on, his chances of survival were 50-50 at best. But turning around was a hard sell for Crowhurst. Giving up this early in the race would be humiliating and would deal a serious blow to his already failing business. He knew going in that this race might be his only chance to save Electron utilization. To make matters worse, he had mortgaged both the business and his home against his investors' continued financial backing. If he gave up now, he lost everything. He must finish the race, or he must die. Surrender was not an option. 5 weeks into the trip in early December, Donald Crowhurst was still in the North Atlantic, well behind all the other racers. Realizing that continuing the race was pointless, if not suicide, Crowhurst devised a plan that would dramatically alter the series of events that followed. Instead of taking a route around the world, he would simply sail down the Atlantic and then loop back up, loitering for just long enough to make it seem as if he had spent that time continuing the race. To this end, he began falsifying his progress by plotting an imaginary route and the sun sites he would use for navigation were he really there. He would listen into forecasts for spots along the route and record his imagined experiences of the conditions. Cabling and telegraphing his agent back home, Crowhurst had press releases detailing how he had gotten over his rough start and was now making record time, still trailing behind the other competitors, but not out of the race yet. Sometime in January, Crowhurst shut off his radio to make sure his signal wouldn't give away his location. He went quiet for 3 months. During this time, 5 of the other competitors were forced to withdraw from the race, being unable to keep up with treacherous conditions. This left just Crowhurst and 3 legitimate competitors who were having a close race. Crowhurst drifted down and across the Atlantic, even stopping in Argentina to buy materials to fix his failing boat. In late March, he'd reached his most southerly point around the Falklands and would soon begin to turn around and head back up the Atlantic as if he had passed around Cape Horn. Sir Knox Johnston was set to be the first to complete the race, having set sail rather early, but either Nigel Tetley or Bernard Moitessier were likely to make the fastest time. Crowhurst's 3 months of radio silence were a worrying sign. People plotting the race back home were able to infer his position based on his reported earlier progress, and if he kept his pace up, he might be able to beat Tetley and Moitessier. However, the prolonged silence was not a good sign. The solitude of the voyage brought Moitessier into a depression, and he describes the trip as a spiritual journey. After passing Cape Horn, he announced he would not be finishing the race, despite having most of it complete and having a good chance at winning. Instead, he became a sort of vagabond of the sea, continuing his journey until he had circumnavigated the Earth nearly twice, marking the longest non-stop passage by yacht. He left his wife and started a new life in Tahiti. In April, Crowhurst re-established contact to announce he had just rounded Cape Horn, putting him in good standing to beat Tetley. He blamed his 3-month radio silence on the damaged generator. Crowhurst had recorded the true nature of what he was doing in a logbook, which he likely intended to discard before coming home. He had a lot of time to contemplate his deception, and it seems this, paired with the fact that he was one of only 3 remaining contestants, cultivated a sense of paranoia within him. He knew the improbability of this amateur winning the race would bring him a lot of scrutiny, and was worried more experienced sailors would be able to pick apart discrepancies in his reports. Although it would be nice to win the £5,000 cash prize, it would be best to trail behind Tetley and avoid arousing suspicion. Just completing the race should be enough. Crowhurst's re-emergence in the race was a shock to all, including Tetley, who was now concerned that Crowhurst might beat him. Tetley's boat was in bad shape from the journey, but afraid he might have come all this way just to lose, he pushed it to its limits. On the 30th of May, Tetley's boat came apart and sank. He was lucky a passing ship provided rescue. Crowhurst's worst nightmare was now realised. He would be one of only 2 sailors to complete the race, and likely the one with the fastest time. Setting such a world record was guaranteed to bring him a lot of scrutinising eyes. Being exposed as a fraud now would be even worse than had he given up the race to begin with. Also, he had inadvertently cost Tetley the race, and almost his life. Tetley, who had been legitimately circumnavigating the world, had lost it all just 1,000 miles from the finish line, all to beat an imaginary opponent. Over the next month of drifting, Crowhurst had to deal with this guilt and paranoia. He had gotten himself into a situation there was no way out of. From here, his logbook takes a dark turn. All throughout the journey, Crowhurst's recordings had a philosophical bent, likely the result of prolonged isolation. But now, his mind was deteriorating into manic rambling. He had determined that life was but a game played by some cosmic beings, and over time, he came to the conclusion that he no longer wanted to partake.
I am what I am, and I see the nature of my offence. I will only resign this game if you will agree that on the next occasion that this game is played, it will be played according to the rules that are devised by my great God, who has revealed at last to his son not only the exact nature of the reason for games, but has also revealed the truth of the way of the ending of the next game, that it is finished. It is finished. It is the mercy. 11 hours, 15 minutes, no seconds. It is the end of my game. The truth has been revealed, and it will be done as my family require me to do it. 11 hours, 17 minutes, no seconds. It is the time for your move to begin. I have not need to prolong the game. It has been a good game that must be ended at the... I will play this game when I choose. I will resign the game 11 hours, 20 minutes, 40 seconds. There is no reason for harmful...
That note was dated the 1st of July. It's speculated that the time Crowhurst mentions resigning the game was a countdown to suicide. When the time came, it's thought he jumped overboard to drown himself. His remains were never found. The Teignmouth Electron was found over a week later. Crowhurst had left behind his logs, perhaps hoping that they would be found, and the truth revealed. At the time of his disappearance, Donald Crowhurst was 37 years old. He left behind a wife and 4 children. Being the only one to complete the race, Sir Knox Johnston was awarded the Golden Globe Trophy, as well as the £5,000, which he subsequently donated to Crowhurst's family.
Yeah, but you see, I never thought I was going to win that anyway, so I didn't really miss it. But, you know, you couldn't really see them thrown out of the house, and so I thought, oh, anyway, it forced the Sunday Times to equal it.
And so ends the tale of Donald Crowhurst. His bizarre story of deception, guilt and madness at sea is like an epic tragedy. In some aspects, it parallels the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, but the uncertainty of his ultimate fate is the Golden Globe Trophy, as well as the £5,000, which he subsequently donated to Crowhurst's family.
Yeah, but you see, I never thought I was going to win that anyway, so I didn't really miss it. But, you know, you couldn't really see them thrown out of the house, and so I thought, oh, well. Anyway, it forced the Sunday Times to equal it.
And so ends the tale of Donald Crowhurst. His bizarre story of deception, guilt, and madness at sea is like an epic tragedy. In some aspects, it parallels the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. With the uncertainty of his ultimate fate, we can only hope that he found peace in his last moments.
Keeping a sort of watch on sails by night, alone, the rigging sighs a sigh of cosmic sorrow, for weeping doves that
So you want to win the lottery. Take the US Mega Millions, for example. You choose 5 numbers between 1 and 70, and then another number between 1 and 25. Mathematically, and this is the point you should probably turn the video off if you're a gambler, this means there are 302,575,350 possible number combinations for the Mega Millions lottery. Obviously, only one of the combinations will prove to be the winning numbers, so you have a 1 in 302,575,350 chance of winning. That's about a 0.0000033% chance of winning. So if you had the winning numbers, you could say that's a pretty lucky ticket if you were prone to vastly understating the nature of things. So what about all the losing lottery tickets? Would you say they were unlucky? Well, considering a ticket has about a 99.9999967% chance of losing, probably not. Obviously, there are lotteries outside the Mega Millions with their own rules and configurations of numbers, but the probability of winning any of them, second warning to gamblers, is extremely low. Losing is the expected outcome. So how bad would a lottery ticket have to be for you to consider it unlucky? The lottery would have to have a losing number as well as a winning number, and in the extremely unlikely case you got the losing number, the officials would show up at your house and kill your family or something. Then you could say that's an unlucky ticket, but unfortunately they don't yet do that. So how unlucky could a lottery ticket possibly be? Tonda Dickerson was working as a waitress at a Waffle House in Grant Bay, Alabama, USA in 1999. She was in her late 20s, divorced, and a single mother, working at the diner to pay the bills. And Waffle House is no joke either. They're open 24 hours, 365 days of the year, with an extensive disaster management plan to ensure they can stay open even during events like hurricanes. Their dedication to staying open is used as an informal metric by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to determine the severity of a disaster. A former head of FEMA has said if you go to a disaster zone and the Waffle House is closed, that's how you know shit is really fucked up. These guys don't close shop for anything short of an all-out apocalypse. This is to say that Tonda Dickerson was the sort of person the lottery wants to win. They want to be like, see this loser? She was slaving away at Waffle House to pay her bills and support her snot-nosed brat. Then she bought a lottery ticket, and now she can say fuck Waffle House, fuck the bills, and fuck that kid, because she's a millionaire. Every company wants to show you how great your life will be if you buy their product, but Tonda Dickerson didn't actually buy a lottery ticket. On March 6, 1999, Tonda Dickerson was serving Edward Seward at Waffle House. Seward was a trucker, a regular at Waffle House, and gave Dickerson a tip in the form of a lottery ticket he had picked up on one of his routes down in Florida. The waitresses had an agreement to share any lottery winnings equally like they would any other tip, and in playful conversation with Seward, Dickerson said if they won, they'd each set some money aside to buy him a new truck. The pair laughed and Seward left. Then the day of the lottery came. Some of the other waitresses had tickets for it too. Of course, they all lost. All except Dickerson, who won $10 million. Now, for a video about unlucky lottery tickets, you're probably thinking that in the grand scheme of lottery tickets, this ticket sounds exceptionally not unlucky. But, well, Tonda Dickerson's story does not end here. Dickerson chose to receive the winnings in annual payments of $375,000 for 30 years. Now, with a guarantee that she was set for life, she understandably quit Waffle House. Don't nobody want to be working during no disaster. Her fellow waitresses were happy for her, for a time. After a while, they started to wonder when they were going to get their share, as was the agreement. When it became clear the answer to that question was never, Dickerson's former colleagues sued her ass. They alleged that the agreement to share lottery winnings was always in place and frequently discussed. They even brought in customers who had overheard them talking about it, thus forming an oral contract. In just 45 minutes, the court ruled against Dickerson, offering to let her keep $3 million worth of the winnings, but to share the rest. Tonda Dickerson rejected this and appeals the decision. In the year 2000, the matter went before the Alabama Supreme Court, who ruled that while there had been an oral contract to share the winnings, this contract was related to gambling, which is illegal in Alabama and thus not enforceable. Tonda Dickerson was keeping her winnings. Now, a lot of people regard going back on your word as a thing that's not nice to do. One of these people was Edward Seward, who was annoyed that Dickerson didn't share with her colleagues, and also probably desperately bitter that he handed over $10 million in place of a few dollars tip. That's the sort of thing that keeps you up every night for the rest of your life. Seward also sued Dickerson, alleging she fraudulently misrepresented herself by accepting the ticket on the condition she'd share any earnings with the other staff, and she'd also promised him a truck. Where's the truck, Tonda? Tonda's defense was basically that that was just a throwaway comment made in jest. Seward's case was dismissed, and although he appealed it to Alabama's Supreme Court, he still lost. That might have been the end of Dickerson's legal woes, but life offers a wide range of woes for a person to experience. One of these woes was the return of Dickerson's ex-husband, Stacey Martin, who she had divorced in 1997. Martin had learned of Dickerson's big win, and just a few days after Seward's claim against her was rejected, he kidnapped her. Threatening to kill Tonda, Martin brought her to a secluded boat jetty. This is not going in a positive direction. While captive, Tonda's phone began to ring inside her purse. Martin allowed Tonda to answer the call for some reason. Reaching into her purse, Tonda pulled out a handgun and shot Martin. God bless America. Martin managed to wrestle the gun off Tonda and turn it against her. He threatened to shoot her, but now he had a bullet in the right side of his chest. Tonda urged him to abandon the abduction and seek immediate medical attention. Martin could see at this point continuing the kidnapping probably wouldn't have a good outcome for him. He went to hospital. Bizarrely, no charges were pressed against anyone for this incident. By now, Tonda Dickerson had been through the ringer. She'd been sued by former friends, although that was kind of her fault, kidnapped by her ex-husband and threatened with death, and now had a self-defense shooting under her belt. Winning the lottery could turn a lot of people against you, but Tonda Dickerson had defeated them all. What could she go through now that she hadn't already gone through? Who could possibly pose any threat to her that she hadn't already overcome? She had a gun pointed at her and still came away the victor. Who could top that? Who could be scarier than an armed and deranged ex-husband? Who could shake the unshakable, defeat the undefeatable, touch the untouchable? The IRS. You see, shortly after winning the lottery, Dickerson formed an S corporation in Florida to hold her winnings. This is often done by people with a lot of money for tax reasons, and was probably advised to Dickerson by an accountant. Having money in a corporation protects it from potential creditors, makes it easier to manage and consolidate, and allows for easier gifting, which is probably what Dickerson was looking for. She held 49% of corporation stock, and the other 51% was split between her parents and siblings. This 51% amounted to $2,412,388 at the time Dickerson transferred the shares to her family. The IRS looked at this and said, okay, you gave a gift of about $2 million, you have to pay us $771,570 in federal gift tax. Tonda Dickerson disagreed. Challenging the IRS, brave woman, Dickerson said she shouldn't have to pay the gift tax because it wasn't legally a gift for a number of reasons. One, she claimed she wasn't making a donation, but rather honouring a pre-existing agreement she apparently had with her family that they would split lottery winnings if any of them won. She was simply fulfilling an oral contract, which would be the first time, seeing as this agreement sounds very familiar to one she had before. Two, she argued that the corporation was actually the legal owner of the ticket and that her family, as shareholders, just happened to benefit from this relationship. And three, even if the transfer could be considered a gift, which she argued it couldn't, but if that was the case, then the ticket was not as valuable as the IRS claimed. You might be wondering, how on earth could you possibly suggest that when it's easily verifiable how much the lottery winnings were worth, how she chose to receive payment, how much those payments were for, and when she received each payment? You see, when Dickerson transferred the money, she was still being sued by her ex-colleagues. With the lawsuit ongoing and the resolution still yet to be determined, Dickerson argued that the value of the ticket was diminished. Put it this way, if I had a $10 million ticket and offered it to you for $5 million, would you buy the ticket knowing it was at the center of a lawsuit in which the winnings of the ticket could be split amongst the staff of a Waffle House? When Dickerson made the transfer, the ticket existed in a sort of Schrodinger's cat-like state, where it was potentially worth both $10 million and $3 million, depending on the outcome of the lawsuit. Therefore, the value of the ticket to an outside party was less than the IRS had accounted for. This legal battle went on for 13 years. In 2012, the tax court finally came to a decision. It was a fucking gift, Tonda. The whole oral contract thing is bullshit, because as you well know, Tonda, such a contract is unenforceable in a state where gambling is illegal, which Alabama is, which is where you agreed to the supposed contract. Tonda. And another thing, that whole corporation owns the ticket, not me, is nonsense. We're the IRS. If money changes hands, we're having some of it. If you don't like that, well, that's too damn bad, Tonda. But of course, Dickerson had that argument over value if the transfer was a gift, which it was now recognized as. The tax court said, you know what, that is actually a good point. The ticket wasn't worth as much at the time as the IRS said it was. So instead of paying the gift tax on $2,412,388, she was ordered to pay the gift tax on $1,119,347.90. God only knows how to work that out, but she now only had to pay tax on less than half the amount she was originally pegged for. So she even got a partial victory over the IRS. She fought everyone and won. Tonda Dickerson is like the honey badger of lottery winners, or the Waffle House of lottery winners. I mean, when the IRS gets involved in the story, that's usually where it all falls apart. The government always gets their money. It's pretty much the only thing they're good at. When you're up against the IRS, your magic 8-ball will tell you outlook not so good every single time. It just gets stuck. That lottery ticket came with some serious trials and tribulations. Sure, it was a big winner, but you had to go through all of that to get the money, and Tonda Dickerson came out the other side like, who's next? To be fair, now that I think of it, the kidnapping was the only part of that that wasn't a direct consequence of her actions, so I guess you could say that Tonda was largely the architect for her own bad luck, but the ticket is what sent her down the path. That would still make it an unlucky ticket, right? Well, what do you think? Knowing what you know now, if you were put in her shoes when she got the ticket, would you want it? Would you handle things differently? If you like this video, I have many others in a similar style. You can watch them at your leisure or subscribe to see a new one every week. I'm also now on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, where I post minute-long videos, so you can follow me on these platforms if you'd like to see my magnificent content while you're browsing those crappy websites. Now you've got plenty to keep you busy till I make a new video next week, and until I do, stay safe. See this loser? She was slaving away at Waffle House to pay her bills and support her snot-nosed brat. Then she bought a lottery ticket, and now she can...
Hello everybody, today we're going to talk about one of the most insane cases in American criminal history, the North Hollywood Shootout. The North Hollywood Shootout took place in the early hours of February the 28th, 1997, in Los Angeles, California. In less than an hour, what was supposed to be a simple bank robbery became one of the largest gunfights in law enforcement history. One of the most interesting details of the entire case is that nearly the entire shootout was caught on camera, meaning that now we can go back, watch the entire thing play out for ourselves, and decide exactly what went wrong. And we're going to do just that today. We're going to look at the criminals themselves, everything that led up to and happened immediately after the shootout, and piece by piece break down the events of that eventful day. And if you're not familiar with the events of that day, I cannot stress to you how much this looks like something out of an action movie, and I mean that in the best and worst way. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around as we break down one of the most remarkable cases of a heist gone wrong. But before you hear me go on another unhinged rant, let's make sure you're hearing it the right way with today's sponsor, Raycon Earbuds. With the best audio quality and the best package available, it's no mystery why Raycon Earbuds has over 48,000 5-star reviews. With the noise isolating design that amplifies your sound, Raycon is a fantastic package at half the price of their competitors. And thanks to the oily rubber look and feel of the earbuds themselves, not only are they very comfortable, but as you can see, they're very discreet and low profile while you're wearing them. And it's because of that design that whenever I sit down to edit or watch a YouTube video, they remain comfortably in my ear and I don't even notice. And as a matter of fact, because of that design, no matter what you do or however you turn or whatever way you move, the Raycon earbuds will never fall out. Raycon earbuds also offer a 32-hour battery life with 8 hours of playtime, which is perfect for unhinged conspiracy rants on YouTube. Raycon earbuds also offer a large push button on the side of the earbud itself, so if you need to skip ahead in the music or pause the song or turn up the volume volume, or even pick up a call, you can do all of it without ever touching anything besides the earbud itself. And thanks to Raycon, if you go to the link in the description today at buyraycon.com/Windigoon, you will be able to get your order for 15% off. That's right, just go to the link in the description at buyraycon.com/Windigoon, and you will be able to get this fantastic offer for 15% off what's not to love. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Raycon for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, before I dive into the details, I want to say a lot of this information comes from NorthHollywoodShootout.net. The writers over there have not only done a phenomenal job at compiling evidence and sifting what is good information and what's bad information, but they've also created a series of charts and diagrams of the events of that day that make it a lot easier for me to get across to you and hopefully a lot easier to understand. I'm going to link the website in the description, so if any of this interests you, go check them out. Donate if you feel like it. I certainly did, because I know how hard this research can be, and I'm really blown away with the effort. And also, I'm going to be my normal joking self through this thing, and if at any point you feel I'm being disrespectful of the victims or lives lost that day, just wait to see how this all played out. Our subject of this story is a bank robbery in Los Angeles, which isn't anything outstanding in itself. From the 70s to the 90s, bank robberies were all the rage. To give you an idea, in 1991 across the entire United States, there were 9,388 bank robberies, or in other words, a bank robbery every 16 minutes. Nationally, there was over $60 million lost every year to robberies, and that's with an average takeaway of about $6,000, because, you know, the vast majority of bank robberies are guys running in with a gun, taking a couple hundred from the teller, and then trying to leave, probably running into the glass door on their way out too. But every now and then, someone would score it big, which is what would drive the numbers up. And not only were the large cash amounts enticing would-be robbers, in the 80s, the police said that they were catching about 25% of bank robbers. So statistically, you could walk into a building full of money with a gun and be pretty okay. In the early 90s, the government tried to curb this by de-incentivizing bank robberies. Transportation and storage of money became more secure, guards were more common at bank locations, and on the legal side of it, charges went from a few years jail time to up to 25 years in prison for armed robbery. And as things like forensics developed, that 25% number jumped up to around 53. Part of the reason they cracked down so hard on it was because in high population areas like LA, bank robberies had become a weird kind of pyramid scheme. Around 89, there was this epidemic where these gang leaders would get like crack addicts and homeless people off the side of the road and then give them a gun and then have them walk into a bank and rob the place with a note that was also written for them by the guy who, you know, gave them the gun. So they just walk up to the teller, hand the note, teller would hand the money, and they'd walk away like it was a McDonald's. So if, you know, bank robberies are so easy, you don't even have to be at the bank to rob it. Someone should probably do something. In 1992, one gang called the Rolling 60s claimed 363 bank robberies in that year alone. Or in other words, one gang was robbing a bank a day with 2 vacation days. LA was so bad that in 1991, remember that 9,388 figure I gave earlier? Well, 1 in 4 of those was in LA. Think about that. You have this data for the entire United States, and if you remove one city, it drops by 25%. It was so bad that in LA in 1992, there was a robbery every 42 minutes. Why would you work at a bank? I'll get off this tangent in just a minute, but I decided real quick, like, how many banks are there in LA? And the first thing I got linked to was bank robberies, because of course I did. And this site is telling me that between 85 and 95, there were 3,500 banks in the region that were robbed 17,106 times. Meaning that if you worked at a bank in LA for those 10 years, statistically, you were robbed at gunpoint 5 times. At what point do you just, like, not use money anymore? Bro, one day in 1992, there were 28 bank robberies in one day. Oh my word. So, suffice to say, it was bad. Hence, all of the crackdowns on bank robberies that I mentioned a moment ago. Now, this had 2 effects. One, yes, it did lower the overall number of robberies, because people who thought it would be a quick cash grab weren't ready to deal with the security, the lower takeaways, and perhaps most importantly, the long jail sentences. But the second effect that it had is that now, whenever someone came to rob a bank, they came to rob a bank. Gone were the days of sort of small-scale mugging, where any Joe could just walk into the bank with a pistol, and then the teller would just throw giant white bags with dollar signs on them across the counter. That's how banks work, right? Now, a new type of robbery became more common, called a takeover. A takeover is the kind of thing you're familiar with in the movies, where the people walk into the bank and very loudly assert their dominance by shooting bullets into the air and telling everyone to get down, because now getting the money was a much more involved process, as was getting through things like security guards and increased police presence. In order to be successful, you had to show your teeth and do it fast. Which leads us to today's suspects, Larry Phillips Jr. and Emilian Matasareanu. Larry Phillips Jr. was born under the alias of Larry Warfel. He was born under an alias because his parents were wanted by the law. At only 19 years old, Larry's father, Larry Phillips Sr., was arrested for grave robbing because he was trying to remove somebody's head because he thought it was funny. And then after that, he committed several robberies for which he was eventually arrested and then escaped, to which he was now on the run. So, you know, Jr. had a great role model growing up. Other stories claim that his mother was a criminal as well. However, at the very least, she was okay with her husband's doings. His dad was finally caught and arrested the day after Jr.'s 6th birthday. And throughout his upbringing, Larry had a hatred for law enforcement and authority. Emil's childhood wasn't as catastrophic, however, it certainly wasn't ideal either. Emil was born in Romania, and at the age of 10, he immigrated to the United States with his parents. He was the new kid at school, which caused him to be rather withdrawn and quiet. While all the reports indicate that he had a healthy and wealthy life at home with his parents, he wasn't doing well socially. One neighbor stated in an interview that whenever Emil graduated high school, he threw a party and no one showed up. Also, no, just because I said that, someone's gonna be like, oh, poor sad boy bank robber shootout man. His mother said the one hobby that her son ever really had was firearms, which, you know, I think in and of itself is fine, but, you know, the other thing he did, which was sitting on the front steps of his house and disassemble and reassemble his guns every day while staring at neighborhood children, maybe not. Okay. Regardless of these shortcomings, Emil became an electrical engineer and even started his own business. Keep that business in mind. It's going to come around in the end. You won't see it coming. It'll be great. Don't worry. Most stories say that Larry and Emil met each other in 1989 at a Gold's Gym at Venice Beach. Some other stories indicate that they knew each other beforehand, but 1989 is as early on the timeline that can be confirmed. You wouldn't think the two would get along, but after they figured out that they had a shared interest in firearms and eventually crime, they were a match made in not heaven. Now, it can't really be confirmed what was happening in the next several years following their meet. It seems that Emil was running his business for some time, and Larry was running his own business that we'll talk about. But for reasons I'll talk about later, I believe they were doing small-scale crimes during this time, and were slowly working their way up to what they would become. That side hustle of Larry's was real estate scams. He became a real estate agent and started doing all of these backdoor schemes in order to steal money from clients. He also shoplifted a $400 suit for funsies, I guess. So before his first big arrest, he had already stacked up a history of white-collar crime. There are several other crimes, because remember, LA was getting robbed a lot, that are believed to have been perpetrated by the two men, although it can't be confirmed. Unofficially, they are associated with 2 armored car robberies and 3 bank robberies. I mean, it's, you know, not hard to see why. If all these were really them, then their first official hit was on an armored car on July the 20th of 1993. That incident went off mostly without a hitch. That was until October the 29th of that same year. The 2 of them were pulled over for speeding, and whenever the officer walked up to the window and began asking them basic questions, like where's your driver's license and insurance, they started to get nervous. Or at the the very least, Emil did. See, at this point, they were using so many fake IDs and names for when it came to vehicles they were renting, or properties that Larry was trying to scam someone on, and false business practices, that it was pretty easy to get their stories mixed up, which it seems Emil did. When they were asked, is this your car, they were supposed to say that they had rented it from the airport because the car was rented from the airport. Instead, Emil panicked and said it's Dennis's mom's. Dennis was the alias that Larry was using at the time. So the cop was suspicious, he ran numbers on the car and saw that the story doesn't make sense, so he eventually arrested them and searched the car. In the rental car, they found 2 rifles, 2 handguns, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, police radio scanners, smoke bombs, IEDs, body armor, and 3 fake license plates. I almost have to give them credit for having the gall to drive around downtown LA in a rented vehicle with a small armory in the trunk. The 2 were charged with conspiracy to commit robbery. Duh, because, after they ran their names and prints, they saw they were using fake aliases and had a record, and, I'm sure those IEDs weren't medicinal. They were each given short jail sentences and 3 years probation. The most important part of this is that they were each given felony charges and had all their guns confiscated. Over the next few years, again, this is assuming that they did rob all of the places it's assumed that they robbed, they would hit another armored car in June of 1995, this time killing one of the guards aboard the armored car, and then torching the vehicle that they had drove in order to get rid of evidence. I guess they like heat. And then in 96, robbed 2 Bank of America locations. If they did do these hits, then they had stolen at this point about $1.5 million. The pair, only known for their ski mask and AKs, were dubbed the High Incident Bandits. There we go with the cool names again. At this point, again assuming the previous robberies were them, they got this method down to a science. They would go in loud, shooting rounds into the ceiling in order to freak everybody out. One of them would get the crowd to lay down and not look at their faces, so there was no risk of them being identified, while the other would go to the back door, shoot the door open to the teller's area, and have the bank manager take them to the vault where they would load cash into bags and then leave. Several of these heists took place in under 3 minutes, and given that the average police response time in the area was 8 minutes, the business was doing pretty good. However, as we're going to find out, for each of these heists, they brought an absurd amount of ammunition with them just in case something went down. They had planned for their next hit to be at another Bank of America location, this time the one at 6600 Laurel Canyon Boulevard. This was the largest Bank of America location in North Hollywood, so they assumed it would have the largest takeaway. This location had a parking lot to the north and south with a neighborhood bordering it on the east and a shopping mall bordering it to the west. While this did mean there was a higher chance to be seen as it was a high traffic area, it also meant that there were several escape routes. And in order to maintain fire superiority, the pair would bring with them 3 Norinco Type 56 rifles, or in other words, Chinese AK-47s, a Bushmaster XM15 dissipator, which is essentially a sporter M16 with a shortened barrel, an HK-91 or civilian G3, and a Beretta 92 FS. The guns will come into more detail as things start to go wrong, trust me. The pair also heavily laid up in body armor, each wearing bulletproof material for a soft vest before inserting metal trauma plates underneath those vests. Phillips went a step farther by wearing what's called a groin guard, or essentially a bulletproof diaper, as well as taking pieces of Kevlar and duct taping it to his arms and legs. All of the weapons that they brought were not only illegally obtained, because if you remember they were both felons, but they were also illegally modified, save for the Beretta and the HK-91. If anything were to go down, the men would essentially become walking juggernauts, and as we're going to see, that's exactly what happened. Each of the men wore gloves in order to hide their fingerprints, so the gloves had sewn-in watch faces so that they could time the robbery itself. So on February the 28th of 1997, the 2 men pulled into the north parking lot at 9:16 a.m. To calm their nerves, the 2 downed phenobarbital before they walked in. Phenobarbital is typically an anti-seizure medication, but for what they were using it for, it was a very intense nerve suppressor. The 2 set their timers for 8 minutes and then exited the 1987 Chevy Celebrity. Completely kitted out, the 2 made their way to the sidewalk and then began to walk into the Bank of America. And that 8-minute timer probably would have been okay if it wasn't for a patrol car that just so happened to be driving by at the same time. The patrol car saw the 2 guys in ski masks, bulletproof armor with rifles walking into the building and figured it was a problem. Walking into the front door, there was a man using the ATM who Larry grabbed, threw on the floor, yelled, "This is a hold up," and began shooting into the ceiling. Larry kept shooting and telling everyone to get down, while Emil ran to the teller door, shot the lock off, and then grabbed the assistant manager. As soon as the 2 had walked in, the teller hit the panic button, although that didn't really matter because again the patrol car already saw them, and Emil made his way with the assistant manager to the vault to start loading the bags with money. Now, as mentioned earlier, a lot of these robberies only took a couple minutes. However, due to the recent string of robberies, a couple probably committed by Larry and Emil, the banks had changed procedure. So now, instead of just opening one key and all the money was there for the taking, money was composed into these small individual lockboxes. Because of that, it took way longer to load the bags with money than it had previously. On top of that, the pair planned to hit the bank this Friday morning because there was supposed to be a money delivery a few hours earlier. However, again, because of the string of bank robberies, deliveries were purposefully sporadic. So Emil kept yelling at the assistant manager to give him the rest of the money because he thought there was more even though there wasn't none, and what there was took longer to get a hold of. This would cause the 2 to eat up the entirety of their 8 minutes. Larry was again out in the lobby on crowd control. However, for some reason, 3 minutes after this all began, he walked outside to the front door of the bank. To me, this indicates that he probably saw the patrol car see them as they were walking inside, because I don't know why else he would do this. He walks out the front doors and then just standing there, ski mask and AK to his side, looks down the street one direction and down the street to the other direction, and then just walks back in. It's believed that whenever he looked south, he could probably see the cop car, which was the initial cop car that called for backup. So what probably happened, in my opinion, is he saw the cop car and then thought this is probably going to be bad. So then he's on crowd control, he gets everyone to lay down. He then walks back outside to check, sees the cop car and thinks, yeah, it's going to get bad. After he comes back inside, he goes to the security guard who is laying on the ground with everyone else before putting a gun to the back of his head and saying, "Whenever I tell you to, move everyone into the vault." Larry then says something to Emil, most likely informing him that there's police outside and it's about to be a fight. So Emil zips up the bag he's been filling, which contains $303,305, as well as 3 dye packs. Dye packs, for those that don't know, are these little packets of dye that are made to explode if something's stolen or taken away, so that it becomes unusable and traceable for whoever stole it. I'm sure Emil wasn't aware of this, and after a short discussion with Phillips, they changed their game. While all of this is happening inside, on the outside, police are taking up defensive positions around the front door of the bank. I also want to mention really quickly, I looked at so many different interviews and documentaries and websites in preparation for this, and this always happens with stories or cases I read about that some information's wrong, but like entire documentaries had no idea what they were talking about. Like the majority of them conflicted with the footage that is clearly visible and just said that the pair did things that they did not do. One of the documentaries said that the 2 split up at one point and Emil walked out of a door that doesn't actually exist. One of them claimed that Emil was so intoxicated intoxicated on the barbiturates that he passed out at one point, which he did not. And one of them claimed that Larry tried to kill Emil. No, it was too dumb not to mention. I had to get that off my chest, especially before this whole situation goes from bad to worse, which it's about to right now. So the first wave of officers has now made their positions in front of the bank, and Emil is currently trying to bust open the ATMs in order to get some more money. So Larry steps out of the bank, now seeing more police cars lined up in front of him, and just starts shooting. Again, his AK had been illegally converted, so it was just full auto fire in the middle of a busy street in LA at 9 in the morning. See, for those that don't know, police were not allowed to carry rifles in their cruiser during this time. Because of that, nearly every officer at the scene only had Beretta M92 or a Smith & Wesson revolver, meaning the largest caliber that the police had on hand was this, a 9mm bullet. For comparison, one of the guns that Larry used was an HK91 chambered in .308, which, if this is a 9mm, this is what they were carrying. Now, normally up close, it doesn't matter, a bullet's a bullet. However, this gunfight took place from several hundred feet away, and Larry and Emil were decked out in body armor, meaning even if a police officer managed to hit an insane shot from 200 feet away with a handgun, the armor would catch the round. And meanwhile, Larry and Emil were able to pierce through the doors of police cars. So for the first 4 minutes, Larry's just standing outside, shooting a lot, and then reloading, and then shooting again without really worrying about cover. And the police on the receiving end were essentially pinned down and taking on casualties. Several officers and civilians were receiving gunshots to the legs and arms. The police began retrieving shotguns from their vehicles, but again, at the distance, they didn't do much, and what they did do, the armor stopped. One officer who was wounded stumbled into a dentist office that was located in the West Strip Mall, and as he stumbled into the door bleeding, the dentist began to patch him up as his partner stood inside and watched the door with a shotgun. After 4 minutes of this, Larry steps back into the doorway of the bank, and Emil comes out to join him. The police during this time are trying to take pot shots at the two, but anytime one of them gets a shot off, they're met with a hail of gunfire. This continues for about 3 minutes before the duo decide to make their way back to the car. Also want to shut down a rumor that's often associated with this case. A lot of the media outlets that report on it, and again, even make documentaries about it to this day for some reason, say that these two were unbelievably intoxicated and barely able to comprehend what they were doing. There are several cases coming up that disprove this, and the first one's here. The two began a bounding maneuver in which Emil laid down covering fire for Larry as he ran to a position in the parking lot, and then whenever Larry got there, he stopped and laid down covering fire for Emil as Emil ran to the parking lot. Also during this time, several who were on the scene, including the officers who were interviewed, said that the two were lousy shots, and that's why most of the shots missed their target. However, during covering fire, the purpose is not to wait for someone to pop up and then fire, it's to lay down enough shots so that they never had a chance to fire. The two were very skilled and very well thought out when it came to their strategy, which is what makes the following several minutes all the more interesting. As Emil began to follow Larry to the parking lot, about 6 feet after leaving the door, the dye packets exploded. Now what Emil did not know, or at least didn't realize in the heat of the moment, is that most of the money was fine as it was still wrapped in plastic. However, Larry, thinking that it was all ruined, dropped the money bag. Also during this time, all the officers on the scene had their own events going on. For example, one officer that was shot in the leg pulled off his gun belt and used it as a makeshift tourniquet to stop the bleed. And upon rounding the corner to the parking lot, Emil finally took his first effective hit when he was shot just above the eye. This was also around the same time that media helicopters began to arrive on the scene and film from the air. During the video, you can see Emil grabbing his head and then touching the hood of the white car next to him and the clearly visible blood print. It seems that getting shot in the face highly discouraged Emil from continuing the fight. At this point, it's believed the two had taken several rounds with body armor, but the face is a big deal. After this, Emil goes and sets down in the car. It's unknown if he did this in order to leave or if he was just trying to gather himself, but either way, Larry was certainly not leaving as he made his way to the trunk and began resupplying on ammo. Now, what happened during the next 20 minutes is a mystery. There seems to be a conversation happening between the two on the ground, but we can't be sure what it is. Regardless of what Emil's intentions are in this moment, it seems that Larry is ready to fight. He keeps sweeping the areas where he saw gunfire coming from earlier, as well as checking the streets to which police could be coming down, as well as coming around the building and checking the drive-through lane. All the while, when he goes to these corners, he continues firing shots. Now, it's not known if Larry was doing this for strategic purposes. Perhaps he thought the only way he could get away is if he took out some of the resistance as he did it, or if he just decided that this was going to be his Alamo and he was going to take some guys out while he's on his way. Now, at this exact point in the gunfight, whenever the two of them are by the vehicle, it's very possible that the two could have driven away. The police who were there were pinned down and couldn't do anything to stop them. One officer even remarked over the radio that if they try to leave, don't shoot. Now, could they have gotten away long term? Probably not. There were 6 helicopters watching them at this time, but that's like a long-term problem. He was probably worried about the short term, or at least he should have been. Maybe Larry just didn't know his situation and was convinced the police would show up around the corner at any minute. He was partially right, as one cop made his way along the cement wall that separated the bank from the neighborhood to the east, and upon seeing him, Larry let out several rounds towards the wall he was hiding behind. During this time, Larry was hit at least 3 times, with one of them believed to have hit him in the side where his armor wasn't protecting him. Either from the drugs or the adrenaline, though, it didn't seem to bother him. At the same time, everywhere around the pair was being locked down. The streets were being shut down several blocks away, and all the schools in the area went into lockdown. Again, during this time, the police guns didn't really do anything. So a few police drove down to a local place called B&B Guns and barged in asking the owner for more firepower. The owner gave them 5 Colt Sporters, 2 Remington shotguns, and several magazines. At the same time, even though the surrounding roads were shut down, paramedic crews began to make their way out. During this time, the police guns didn't really do anything. So a few police drove down to a local place called B&B Guns and barged in asking the owner for more firepower. The owner gave them 5 Colt Sporters, 2 Remington shotguns, and several magazines. At the same time, even though the surrounding roads were shut down, paramedic crews began to make their way in and try to help the injured. At this point, it seems that Larry had ran out of ammo for the belt rig that he was using. So he walks to the back of the car, again Emil still sitting inside, and Larry ditches his gear and pulls out the HK91 that had yet been used. He then grabs several magazines for it and continues to fire. However, at one point, he reaches into the car, possibly to tell something to Emil or grab something from Emil, when an officer stands up and shoots him in the arm. Larry continues to fire rounds, but for the rest of the gunfight, he can be seen using his left arm to support the rifle rather than hold it. At least not hold it with any efficiency. It was possible at this point, now that his support arm was down, that he realized it was about to get bad. In either frustration or trying to get them out of the airspace so they could escape, Larry started shooting at a CBS helicopter. While this was going on and he was just firing wildly into the air, never hitting anything, several of the paramedic teams were able to evac people on the ground. Also during this time, news reporters began to get close and get footage from the ground of the pair trying to escape. In another move that again, people who cover this say was a drug-induced paranoia, but if you watch the video, is actually a pre-plan. Larry begins getting out AK magazines and setting them on the roof of the car. People point to this and say that he was out of his mind and trying to reload a gun with the wrong mags, but what it seems he was actually doing was counting the rounds he had on hand for his 91 and realized that he would soon need to switch back to an AK. It also seems because of this that he had communicated to Emil that they need to go now. However, the problem with this was so many shots had been fired at the two at this point that not only were the majority of the windows in the parking lot shot out, but the Chevy had two flat tires. While Larry is reloading the HK, Emil slides over to the passenger side of the bench seat and begins giving covering fire. It's during this time while walking around the side of the car that it seems Larry was hit 3 times. He then began to fire back seemingly unfazed. However, many believe that this was the killing blow, and not for the round that Larry took. He was only shot in his hand and seemed to be okay. I mean, his left arm was down anyway, but because of the round that hit his gun. Again, Larry was using an HK91, and for YouTube this is airsoft or something. The furniture's different, but the operation of this one's the same. The HK91 has a short mag well that you load your magazines into so that they can feed rounds into the gun. In a rather bizarre malfunction, his gun was shot right there at the front of the mag well. This created a sort of divot in the gun itself so that the magazine became trapped inside of it. So he couldn't get the old magazine out when he needed to reload, and he certainly couldn't put a new one in. Again, some consider this to be the kill shot because it causes Larry to do what he does next. Larry then ditches his gun in the back of the car and pulls out a now third and previously unused AK. I think he was already mentally planning to switch over to this one, hence him laying out the AK mags, but this was a problem as his AK kept jamming. Now, my theory behind the setup, and this just makes the most sense watching the whole thing to me. These guys had illegally converted all their guns, except again for the HK and the Beretta that were still semi-automatic. To convert these guns, which I am not going to explain on the internet because I like not being in jail, but it requires some level of cutting and sawing on the internals of the gun itself. Because these guys were familiar with the firearms, I think Larry knew that that AK was defective. Because think about it, he had used an AK initially in the robbery, and then he took all the time to take off all that gear and then put on all of the HK91 gear, only to then take all of that off and then put on the AK again. It seems like he really didn't want to use that AK for some reason. Now the solution to this would be, why didn't he just use the original AK that didn't have any problems, but all of the AKs were loaded with these big drum mags, so maybe mentally it just seemed easier to grab the AK and start shooting. I don't know, just a thought. Either way, it seems his gun kept jamming. He would fire a burst of rounds, then have to clear it and continue. It also didn't help that, at least inferring by the footage, he was shot in the left forearm again and was now leaning on the side of the car. With all of this happening at once, Emil really wanted to leave that north parking lot. Eventually, he leans over to the passenger side and pushes open the door for Larry to get in, but Larry, determined to do whatever he's about to do, slams the door shut and remains outside. So now Emil is driving the car with 2 flat tires as Larry uses it for rolling cover and continues firing. While still firing and possibly communicating something to Emil, they get to the exit of the north lot and Larry makes a bound for cover to his east. There was a large tractor trailer parked there, which actually was only parked there because a neighbor had complained about its previous position the night before. While still being shot at, Larry runs to one side of the tractor trailer for cover while Emil drives around to the other side. It seems that the two lost sight of each other here. Emil starts to slowly gas the car as if he's waiting for Larry to come out on the other end, and Larry starts looking back and forth on either side of the truck to see where Emil is. It was during these few seconds that an officer had looped around to Emil's side of the tractor trailer and began shooting at him in the vehicle. Emil panicked and gassed the car, and in the video you can see the car hit the curb and then correct itself, but it now meant that Larry was completely alone and without cover. While standing and supposedly looking for Emil, Larry got shot twice in the back, one of the rounds hitting his subclavian artery. It's very possible here, with that shot being the first shot that would have given a lot of blood and pain, that Larry started to panic, because while returning fire from behind the trailer, his gun jammed again, and this time he made it way worse. See, Larry's gun had experienced something commonly called a stovepipe. In other words, one of the casings that was supposed to come out of the gun instead stayed inside the gun. On the inside of the AK, there's this little rail that runs along the left side of the firearm. One of the casings had become stuck underneath this rail. Now normally, if he was thinking straight, which it seems earlier he was as he had cleared like 3 of these jams, all you would have to do is remove the magazine, the casing would drop out, you put the magazine back in and you're good to go. But Larry, seemingly in a panic, grabbed the bolt and started racking it down, which as you can see, runs in that area where the casing was stuck and makes it dig further down in the gun. And he just started racking that thing over and over and essentially broke the gun. In order to fix what he did, it would take an entire field disassembly, which he did not have the time for. This is why many say the shot to the HK earlier sealed his fate, because it caused him to get a faulty gun, which he then made much worse in frustration. That and the shot to his subclavian artery, which would have gave him realistically about 30 minutes before he bled out. Seeing nowhere else to go, Larry crawled underneath the tractor trailer. Shortly after Larry had crawled under the truck, a cop car came up that was chasing Emil's vehicle. However, the driver looked towards the tractor trailer and saw Larry hiding underneath it. So they quickly got out of the car, shot towards Larry, and probably hit him another 2 times. I think it was during this time Larry really put together that this wasn't going to end well. He went from his very tactful and straightforward idea to a much more sloppy, casual walk. He drew his handgun from his shoulder holster and began firing it one-handed at the police. In his left hand, for some reason, he was holding an HK magazine as if he was going to make it back up the road to the car and get the gun back out. It's possible at this moment that the lack of adrenaline and blood loss was getting to him. He continued to exchange shots with the police until one of the police rounds hit him in the hand, causing him to drop his gun. It was at this moment, having been shot, as we're going to see, a lot, bleeding everywhere, and now being shot in both of his hands and his gun laying on the ground, that Larry decided it was over, and also that he wasn't going to jail. So Larry leaned over, picked up the gun with his injured hand, and took his own life. The police, not able to see anything from their angle, had no clue if the guy was crouching down to reload or laying down to take a shot, so they just kept shooting him as he laid on the ground. This is a darker video. I'm just now realizing, hey, monetization, who needs it? I also have to mention the side story because it's hilarious. The house that was immediately next to, or on the corner of where the shooting took place, had a man and his housekeeper there at the time, and the housekeeper kept trying to leave, and the man was saying, no, you can't, there's like a gunfight going outside, and the housekeeper, who was from South America, said that he was being a wuss because this happened all the time where she's from, and he needs to quit being a baby about it. So then while the two of them were having this argument, literally like 10 feet away outside, the shootout just ended with Larry. So the police come to the door for some reason and ask if they can use one of the man's bed sheets to cover up the body of Larry. And the man was like, no, which understandably, imagine if a guy comes into your neighborhood and decides to turn it into Desert Storm, and the police are like, we really need to, be respectful of him. Like, no, I'm not ruining my wife's linen sheets just so he doesn't have to get some sun. I'm sure he's not complaining. So now the only person who's left is Emil. Also, at the same time, SWAT had finally arrived at the scene. SWAT didn't mobilize towards the bank until the second report of an officer down. Again, as we established earlier, if SWAT arrived at every bank robbery in LA, they would have to be deployed several times a day. So now that the main gunfight was over, the SWAT officers were in cop cars just driving through the neighborhoods around the bank itself because everyone was on the hunt for Emil's car. So it was essentially a giant game of Pac-Man. Emil, who has been slowly rolling his car in intervals, then gets out of his car and looks back towards Larry. Larry. Now, at this point that he did this, Larry had been killed, although the police hadn't come up to his body yet. However, it's very possible from his position that Emil was able to see Larry lying on the ground. Emil does a quick move towards his chest in what seemingly a fist over his heart, possibly saluting his fallen friend. Larry then drives towards a vehicle and very calmly tries to steal it, but the driver of the vehicle just keeps backing away, and then maybe the funniest thing of this entire event, actually the funniest thing of the entire event, Emil tries to wave him to come back, which is so funny. Imagine you're driving, and then a guy gets his heart, possibly saluting his fallen friend. Larry then drives towards a vehicle and very calmly tries to steal it, but the driver of the vehicle just keeps backing away, and then maybe the funniest thing of this entire event, actually the funniest thing of the entire event, Emil tries to wave him to come back, which is so funny. Imagine you're driving, and then a guy gets out of the car, and he's got a rifle and a ski mask and body armor, and as you're backing away, he's like, no, I promise. It's from here that Emil does something I can only describe as car shopping. He pulls in front of one car, and then stops, backs up, and keeps driving. And then he pulls in front of another car, and then stops, and then hits another car, and then pulls away. Eventually, he sees a Jeep and decides to steal it. Hey, so I'm editing this right now, and just wanted everyone to know, I have no idea why I called that truck a Jeep. It's very plainly a truck and not a Jeep at all, and I'm going to continue for the rest of the video you're watching to refer to it as a Jeep for some reason. The driver of the Jeep begins to back away, but then Emil shoots through the window, breaking the glass and cutting the driver across the face. Reports are conflicting here, but the driver either pulled the key out of the ignition or hit a kill switch on the vehicle before ditching the car. Emil was not aware of this, so he pulls up next to the Jeep, begins throwing stuff into the back of it. However, whenever he gets into the driver's seat and tries to move the car, again it won't move. He supposedly bends down and tries to figure out what's keeping the car from moving, and as he's doing this, a SWAT car sees him and is able to pull up right in front of him. Emil sees this at the last moment, gets out, and then runs back around to take cover behind his own vehicle. It's from here that gunfire continues for about 2.5 minutes straight. Emil grabbed a new gun out of the truck, the previously unseen dissipator, with a 100-round beta bag, and just laid over the hood of his car and kept shooting. The SWAT team who was behind their own vehicle was returning fire and getting several hits, however they kept hitting the body armor. One of the SWAT members, Officer Anderson, moved around the car in order to clear a jam, and whenever he did, realized that he could get an angle on Emil's legs. So he leaned underneath the Jeep and began firing, several of the shots hitting Emil in the uncovered legs. Emil realizes where these shots came from and begins returning fire the same way, before Officer Gomez lays down and takes a few accurate shots into Emil's arm that's now ducked under the car, and this causes Emil to drop his weapon and finally give up. Emil throws his hands in the air in order to surrender, however the police, who are laid under the car, continue firing and strike him in the buttocks and leg. The officers then move around to the front of the car and cuff him as he lay on his stomach. Unknowing if the guy had a bomb or other weapons on him, one of the officers aimed a gun at the back of his head to make sure he didn't try anything, and the front of the gun was so hot that it seared the impression of the flash hider into the back of his head. After this, police and news crews managed to come up and begin to get action shots of the scene, which led to this very iconic image of the arrest. The police kept asking for Emil's name, to which he gave the false alias of Pete. Another thing that happened that I hadn't mentioned because we've been in like the, cool gunfight part of it, is that there were several false calls happening at the same time. By the end of the day, there were 17 calls from the neighborhood who saw 17 different people who they all thought was the shooter. If they saw anyone doing anything, they called 911 and said that it was another robber, to the degree that someone called the police because they said they saw someone working underneath their car. Yes, I'm sure that the robbers, as they were making a hasty getaway, decided to repair this random guy's Dodge. Because of this, the police did not know if there was another suspect that they need to be on the lookout for. They tried to ask Emil if there was another suspect, but he just kept yelling for the police to shoot him, so that wasn't really a help. So the area was still on lockdown. The police kept trying to get information from him, but he just kept saying things like F you, kill me, I hope you die, and other pleasantries. Emil had been shot a lot, but every one of his shots was in the legs. Now, while thigh shots can definitely be fatal, it doesn't seem that he had something like a clipped femoral. However, what he did have was a bunch of barbiturates in his system. Barbiturates can also act as a blood thinner, so it's quite possible that the drug he was on caused him to bleed out a lot quicker. In a move that is very highly contested to this day, Emil laid on the ground bleeding for 56 minutes. Now, this argument has two sides. On the one hand, there were several calls coming in that another gunman was still at large, and considering how violent the shootout had been, I highly doubt these guys were going to assume that if there was a third one, he'd be in a talking mood. And also, Emil wasn't being very forthcoming, so it's understandable that they'd still be on alert. And the other side of the argument is that this guy had just shot up a bunch of police, so maybe the police that were there just weren't in a hospitable mood. So, after 56 minutes of laying on the ground, Emil died due to gunshot wounds to his legs. The area was still on lockdown and the search would still continue. However, what the police didn't know at the time was Emil's death was the end of the action that occurred that morning. The gunfight lasted 44 minutes, with some accounts saying up to 2,000 rounds were fired, with 1,100 of those rounds coming from the two shooters. This gives an estimate of about one shot every 2 seconds for the duration of the gunfight. Around 300 cops ended up responding to the scene either during the fight or afterwards, and one of the largest gunfights in LA history was nearly entirely filmed. So how many people died in this massive shootout? None. Well, excluding the two shooters, but they don't count. Now, it is true that during the whole scenario, 12 police and 8 civilians were injured, but as mentioned, no one was killed. Hi, it's me again, the editing me, not the video me. I hyped up how many shots Larry and Emil received and then forgot to say it in the video. So now I'm here to tell you that at least 11 shots made contact with Larry's skin, and probably way more hit his armor. And Emil had 29 bullet wounds in his legs. Again, more shots definitely hitting his armor. These numbers are going off the coroner's report, which is why we don't have exact numbers for how tore up the armor was. Now, that 29 figure is a little bit misleading. That's not bullet holes or bullets in him, that's bullet wounds. So if a round struck the pavement and shot 5 pieces of fragment into his leg, that would count as 5 wounds. So while not 29 individual bullets, I'm still sure he was having a terrible time. Now, the events of that day carried all the way to 11:30 that night when the lockdown was finally lifted. Some parents weren't able to get their kids out of school until 8 p.m. because everyone was on high alert that someone else may be out there. And again, as mentioned earlier, this was due in part to the entire neighborhood calling 911 every time they saw a bird out of place. In a case that I still don't really know where it came from, the police, for some reason, thought that this supposed third gunman was hiding in the storage shed of this old guy's house. So the police come to his door and are like, "Sir, we have to investigate this third shooter. Can you and your bedridden wife leave for a while?" So the old man's like, "Okay, officer, I guess." So he puts his little wife in a wheelchair and puts a blanket over her because it was February and it was cold. So as soon as they leave, the police pull up an armored truck and immediately break a hole in his wall and just tear up his entire backyard and start trying to destroy the shed. Like, what kind of operating procedure is that? You think there's a guy in a shed, so you spend like 2 hours destroying everything on your way to the shed. And eventually they tear it open and lo and behold, it's just a shed. And then that old couple's son found them wandering around the neighborhood at 7 p.m. that night. Like, what a just mean thing to do. Also, to continue the police's weirdness, whenever they thought there was a third gunman, they decided to have a low-flying helicopter fly over the neighborhood and loudly announce from the megaphone to give up because your accomplices have been captured. Imagine if you were just at home and didn't know what was going on, and then you walk outside to a helicopter 20 feet over your head telling you to surrender. Now, there's a couple mysteries to this case that I think would make a good bow to the whole thing. One of them is the story I just mentioned, the story of Emil bleeding out for 56 minutes. One of the reasons that he was allowed to bleed for 56 minutes is because there was a lockdown on the area, so anyone who was a police was not allowed in or out. While several medics who were closer to the bank decided to break that rule in order to help people, at one point they even commandeered an armored vehicle and began driving around the front of the bank picking up people who needed aid, which is pretty cool. But two medics decided to break rank and go to the area where Emil was shot. Initially, the medics were treating the guy who had glass in his face because he was the one driving the Jeep whenever Emil shot at him. A quick funny story about that guy. After he got out of the Jeep, he ran to the first house that was near him and began banging on the door and asking the person inside to let him in. However, the person who was inside was a 60-year-old lady who turned to her front door and saw a man with blood all over his face banging on it and called the police that there was a madman outside. Whenever the two medics arrived, they saw Emil laying down next to the car and he wasn't moving, so the medics just thought that guy was dead. However, as they were treating the driver, who they said had minor wounds because it was just glass tearing at his face, they saw Emil move, so the two medics immediately began to run towards him. As the medics were running towards them, a lieutenant stopped them and said, "What are you guys doing here? Don't you know there's another gunman nearby?" So the two of them got out of there thinking that they were in immediate danger. However, they remarked afterwards that this was weird because at this point all the cops had their gun holstered and were just casually standing to her front door and saw a man with blood all over his face banging on it and called the police that there was a madman outside. Whenever the two medics arrived, they saw Emil laying down next to the car and he wasn't moving, so the medics just thought that guy was dead. However, as they were treating the driver, who they said had minor wounds because it was just glass tearing at his face, they banging on the door and asking the person inside to let him in. However, the person who was inside was a 60-year-old lady who turned to her front door and saw a man with blood all over his face banging on it and called the police that there was a madman outside. Whenever the two medics arrived, they saw Emil laying down next to the car and he wasn't moving, so the medics just thought that guy was dead. However, as they were treating the driver, who they said had minor wounds because it was just glass tearing at his face, they saw Emil move, so the two medics immediately began to run towards him. As the medics were running towards them, a lieutenant stopped them and said, "What are you guys doing here? Don't you know there's another gunman nearby?" So the two of them got out of there thinking that they were in immediate danger. However, they remarked afterwards that this was weird because at this point all the cops had their gun holstered and were just casually standing around. That lieutenant would later say that a police sergeant ran up to them, said that there's more gunmen around the neighborhood, be careful, and then ran away. This magical running officer was never identified and an order like this was never given. And also, if it was, they would tell them over the working radio, not have a cop run by himself down a street that's supposedly infested with robbers. Also, it seems that those two medics had their report fabricated because whenever they pulled those medics' reports later, it was written down that the medics said they had decided to treat the guy who had the glass hit his face and all that because he was in critical condition. However, as the medic said that day, the dude was pretty fine. He just had some cuts across his face. And the police used that to justify why Emil was not given aid. The children of Emil would later sue the police department for wrongful death. Also, it was very clear that the family knew everything he was up to. It wasn't like this was a surprise for them. So people saw it as being pretty cheap. The trial ended in a mistrial and was never really picked up. Again, it was a pretty unpopular decision to have the trial in the first place. But it's still a mystery to this day how much was fabricated and for what reason. The other mystery is about Emil's electrician business. Yeah, we're going all the way back to the beginning. So Emil started this electrician business in the late 80s. Whenever he started this business, he had a projected profit of about $150,000 to $250,000. In the early 90s, he reported his income as being closer to $2 million. Now, normally this would be perfectly normal. It's not uncommon for a business with several employees in Hollywood to be making about $2 million a year. However, when the police were investigating all of their assets after they were dead, they went to this business location and it was an abandoned building. The electrician company was being used as a front with a reported income of again $2 million. So it seems that they were using Emil's business in order to launder their money. Now, the reason this ties back into the mystery is because the North Hollywood shootout took place in 1997, and the earliest supposed robbery that the two had committed was in 1993. So then, why in 1992 was an abandoned business making $2 million? This could mean that the two were committing several other crimes previously to the one suspected, and potentially other bank robberies. So these two may be responsible for far more crimes than what is currently believed. Also, these two each had their wives in on it, helping them launder the money, and they were renting several properties under false aliases across LA, and it seems living rather lavish lifestyles with having cars separated in different parts of the city. So it was like Breaking Bad, but with banks instead of meth. He just liked me for real. The police investigated all of these properties and eventually found one that had a makeshift bomb-making site in it, as well as several other rifles and ammunition. It's not known where these two got their weapons. Again, they were felons, so they couldn't have purchased them, but it does seem they did the illegal conversions in-house. Also, there was a push in government at the time to allow officers to more strongly arm themselves because there were concerns that police could be confronted with a force that was more heavily armed than them, which is exactly what happened. So while it wasn't the only cause of it, the North Hollywood shootout was definitely the catalyst that made it to where police officers began arming themselves with semi-automatic rifles, with several people even pushing the idea of the modern militarized police force back to this event as its beginning. There's a lot of other weird side stuff that's happened during this investigation as well. For example, it seems the ATF doesn't have any or got rid of all their documents related to the case. A lot of things like the vehicles and records that the two had has completely gone missing. Autopsy photos show that somewhere between the news camera's coverage of the scene and the autopsy being performed, that Larry had received another gunshot wound to the forehead. So what was that about? A wound that, mind you, was not mentioned in later reports, only in photographs, and several of the properties that contain vital information were seemingly found on a whim. The final thing I'm going to mention is the weirdest mystery of the entire story, and I have no idea what to make of it. So remember how I said they investigated Emil's office and it was just an abandoned building? Well, that wasn't entirely true. The top floor of the building had been converted into a sort of housing thing, so whenever the police search the second floor, they find a 44-year-old woman named Georgia Mayo. It was completely undocumented that herself or anyone else was living there, and apparently she had been locked in this room for over a week. According to her, the door was locked and she was kept in there, and someone would show up to deliver her food and medicine. However, for the past several days, no one had came. Again, this was undocumented housing in the second floor of a supposed electrician business that was actually being used as a money laundering front for a guy who died in a police shootout. I'll be honest, I have absolutely no idea what to make of this. Emil's mom was named as a suspect, but I don't think that ever went anywhere. I don't know what that relates to. and it bothers me a little bit. I hope one day I can make an update to this video that's like, oh, a whole conspiracy that was taking place between them and the LAPD, but it's probably just weird one-off stuff. The whole story's kind of weird, but I also think it's kind of interesting because it's the one time that I can talk about a weird shootout that looks like something out of an action movie, and no one died, besides the people who started it. And I think it's really neat. Things like bank robberies and shootouts are often overlooked in the whole true crime sphere on the internet, but to me, they're some of the most interesting, especially because, the focus isn't on child murders and instead, hee hee ha ha, gun go boom. And I think it's something I'm really interested in, and hopefully you did too, and hopefully if you stuck around this long, it wasn't awful, and I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I said, I really think the shootout stuff's cool, and there's actually a couple other shootouts that I wouldn't mind covering. We'll see if YouTube nukes this one in the algorithm / monetization, but sometimes you gotta do stuff just because you like it. It doesn't always have to be profitable. It would just be nice, since this is a full-time job, if the majority of them didn't do that, but one every now and then's fine. So that being said, let me know if you like this, assuming this video stays up, and if you do, I would be down to cover a series of other shootouts or other standoffs like that, because like I said, that's a really cool little niche that not a lot of people talk about, and I think it's really neat to look at the details of it. It also gave me an excuse to be a nerd for a couple minutes. But that's the one time I get to use that knowledge on here. But really, thank you all for watching. I really enjoy that I'm able to talk about pretty much whatever I want, and hopefully, knock on wood, you guys manage to continue to support me, and that really does mean a lot. Again, I hope you all enjoyed. A bunch of cool projects on the way, but for now, I'm tired, and I need to edit this and get it up. So I'll end it here, but I just want to say thank you. Oh, sorry. Whoa, I got that too soon. Thank you to all of my subscribers. Thank you for getting me to this point. It means a lot. Thank you to all of my ex-patrons. I couldn't do it without you. Almost lost it there. But now that that's done, thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Luke, Tom, and Jake here with the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, and today we're camping in Scotland! Well guys, we're here in the Hebrides Islands of Scotland, and we've got a fun camping adventure planned. We're gonna go exploring a castle, we're gonna do some hiking and camping, some fishing. You guys excited?
Yeah!
Look at this.
Does it stop?
Oh, look at that old school, that's cool.
Oh, that feels so good.
Yeah. Welcome to Barry Muller's Farm Shop. Look guys, they've got Curiosity Cola, Dandelion Burdock. Okay, we're gonna get a rose lemonade.
Alright, let's do one scoop.
There's one scoop. Here's one for you.
I like that.
I kind of do. Would this be cool for winter camping?
Oh.
It smells good. Okay. All right, Tom, you're carrying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't spill on it. It's a lemon polenta. It's kind of like a sweet lemony cornbread.
I'm experiencing being a sheep.
It's a Tom in sheep's clothing.
Or
That looks huge. That's all good? All right. A lot of people don't realize this, but Scotland is one of the best places in the world to go camping. Not only is it wild and beautiful and open, it also has the best camping laws anywhere. Here in Scotland, you can go on private land or public land without needing any permits or permission. You can hike, bike, even camp, build campfires. All that stuff is completely legal whether the land is private or public. As long as you use some good common sense and practice leave no trace camping, you can go wherever you want and explore this beautiful country. You can also fish in the saltwater and gather shellfish along the shore without needing a license or permission. It's really one of the few places in the world where you can just put on a backpack and go anywhere your feet can take you. Hold on. And the sheep have little black mustaches and swastikas on their side. And he says, look, they're Nazi zombie sheep. Yeah, and the sheep go, meh, which is how German sheep say brains. You guys, look, there's a shipwreck there on the beach.
also abandoned track. Okay, so the tires are still track.
Oh, look at this old wooden boat.
I think this one's a fishing boat.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
The deck collapsed.
Oh, look at these. These are the old square nails. They were square. That's the old days how they made them. Oh, yeah, that's a drive shaft.
That is a piece of pottery.
Oh, that is a piece of pottery. Look at that.
That's the top of one, probably from the ship.
It's got abandoned. Come see this? They would take sheep's wool and dip it in tar, and they would jam it in between the wood, and that's what keep the water out. You can see this is the tar and the wool. That's cool. Well, that was cool. We still got some hiking to do. We're gonna keep going. Oh, look at the cute little fuzzy sheep. Meh.
Gotta get my jacket on! That never had to go.
Look at that old building. You wanna go check it out? Look at this.
Yeah, I think there's a little old milk.
Well, this is just how they make windows when you're making a house out of rocks. They make the windows with a little bit of slate. Kids that fight. All right, Jake, open it up. Oh, it's all downhill from here.
Woo! Yeah, that's what it felt good.
All right, Jake, can you shut the gate?
And I know.
And with that, he opens the pub door, steps outside in the darkness and says, see, McGregor, there is no zombie sheep. And with that, half a dozen Nazi zombie sheep grab Shane and pull him into the darkness, and his screams are muffled only by the bleeding sounds of the angry Nazi fascist zombie sheep. Watch out, Jake, watch out. Stop, you're squishing Jake. Yeah, poop does look like chocolate, Jacob. Look at this, guys. Hey, do you guys want to explore the beach a little bit before we go up to the castle? Hi. Oh, really? No, we're not local. That's the people that own this land that we're crossing, and it turns out they're Outdoor Boys fans. So we gotta meet some fans here in Scotland. In Scotland, you're allowed to cross people's land and camp on it. So they're like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, anybody can do that. Just be respectful of people's land, don't leave your litter, and you're welcome to come and camp on it. Oh look, check it out. It's a little snail called a winkle. These are edible, and this also edible. It's actually really good. It tastes like salty garden peas. Some limpets. Nice size limpet.
What was your reaction?
Little piece of raw limpet. Oh, look at the size of that. That's a big one. Sheep bone.
Yeet.
Let's keep going to the castle.
You didn't walk to the hiking. I made it to the castle.
Yeah. This castle is almost 500 years old. Let's see. Maybe it's blocked off, or maybe it's just to keep the sheep out.
Oh, when you push this down, you can move it.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's to get the sheep out.
Oh yeah, I thought it was blocked up actually.
Oh, yeah, some of the stuff came down over here.
Oh,
Was it still okay? Was it still okay?
look at this. Hold on.
Look at the
Look go up it. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it did.
Oh, look. You used to be able to go.
Stairs that went up.
Oh, this,
There was a giant piece of roof that came down.
Yeah.
oh, this used to be the kitchen.
This is the toilet. The fireplace.
I sounded so heavenly defended. I was like, wait, there's more?
Oh, this is awesome. This castle was destroyed in battle during the Covenanting Wars around the 1700s. The MacDougall clan had this castle, and they ended up having to surrender because of lack of water. And they were promised if they surrendered, they wouldn't be killed, and they surrendered, and then they just murdered everybody.
I see red stuff.
Look at these windows.
It's right there. It's right there.
Absolutely gorgeous spot for a castle. And you can see why it'd be so hard to defeat this thing. You're not getting up these cliffs. Yep. Check out the walls with the arrow slits and stuff. Yeah, that would be dirty business trying to attack this castle. Would you like to go down to the beach and see if we can build a fire?
Yeah.
All right, maybe we can do some fishing too. Come on, let's do it. No, there's plenty of poop down there. You don't need to carry any poop.
Sorry about the mountain.
Well, listen, guys, do you want to build a little campfire?
Yeah.
Well, what's there to burn? Is there any wood?
No.
Any trees?
Maybe we can burn the sheep poo like you could do with the buffalo poo.
I think maybe you're right. You need the stuff that's super dry. Like, see
Oh,
this?
that's gross. Ew, ew.
No, that's not a dry one. That's juicy. See this? See how this one's dry on the top? It's a little wet on the bottom, but it's dry on the top. Let's collect some poop.
I'm not collecting.
Come on, you want to collect poop?
No, I do not.
Jake, make a poop pile. But only the dry stuff. See, that's a wet one. You go get all the poops that are dry and put them there. See here? See, look at this. Do you know what this is?
What?
This is dried kelp. Here, Tommy, make a big pile right here. See right there? Nice piece of wood. I need your help on this. Got a little spoon rigged up. We go down these rocks and see if we can't catch a pullet. Look at that beautiful little fish. Look at that. That's such a pretty fish. I've already gotten like 6 or 7 strikes in 10 casts. There's tons of them in here.
Oh, I got you now.
There we go. Beautiful.
Okay.
You got it? Lift up your tip. Lift up your tip. Oh. Wow, look at that. That's a nice little pollock.
Can this be mine?
Would you rather eat that or hot dogs?
Oh, I would rather eat this.
Well, let you eat this pollock. That's a nice one.
Oh,
Here.
it's really feisty.
Here, I'll take. You okay? Oh, Jake. Uh-oh. Did you play in the tide pool? And you got all wet. Oh, okay, well, we better go get you warmed up. Well, Jake's wet and Tom's hungry. I think it's time to go take our fish and go make some dinner. Well, let's get a fire going, okay?
We got seaweed. And mine too.
There you go, Jake. Are you warmer?
Anyway, whoa.
Well, in addition to that little fish we caught, we've got some interesting food to eat tonight. I figured we would have some classic hot dogs. So I've got hot dogs in a can. Yeah, that's right. They sell hot dogs in jars and cans out here. I also brought along this disposable barbecue. They have these all over the place here in the UK, so I think I'll give one a go.
Yes, we thought it. Yes, it's walk, huh?
Now, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of ketchup. Is that okay? You got this little can of spaghetti noodles like this?
Kite is raw.
Yeah, well, here.
It's a fish.
Spaghetti dog. You guys like your hot dogs?
Yeah.
Got some Welsh cakes here. Good job. Welsh butter on a Welsh cake. There you go. Oh, look at that. Some fresh pollock. Can I get much fresher than that? Hey, do you want some of this? Oh, I can't see. I swear it looks like someone's been here with a lawnmower. This sheep just trimmed the grass so perfectly. You know, I'm not surprised. Golf was invented in Scotland. The whole land looks like a golf green. Oh, that's a bit of a hike. So we had our campfire right down there. Woo.
Would I ever bring him to Turtle Flat?
Oh, yeah, I might put you on my shoulders. Oh, I might my fishing pole. Oh, fishing pole.
I'll watch you
Let's
see.
take this out. Here, why don't you go with? Head upstairs. I'll bring up the stuff. I'll go downstairs and get this.
Oh. It's rolling.
Here, Tom. Here. You guys take a seat on the sheep. Would you like some dessert? Mini Battenberg cakes. I love these Battenberg cakes. It's like cake, jam, and almond flavored fondant around it. They are amazing. You know, the historic sites are nice, but it's things like this that keep me coming back to the UK. Oh,
Thank you.
oh yeah.
Thank you.
Are you guys full?
Not pretty much.
You want to eat another cake?
Yes.
It's getting late. Listen, do you guys want to sleep here tonight or do you want to sleep outside the castle?
Outside.
It's a bit spooky, isn't it? So apparently it was the Campbell clan that burned and sacked this castle and murdered all of its occupants after they surrendered. And coincidentally, that's the clan that I'm related to. So yeah, so we're just gonna hang out here for a little bit. I'm gonna watch a show with the boys, and then I'm gonna go pitch a tent out front, and we're gonna camp there. Alrighty, watch out, guys. Oh.
I'll try to be landed.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi's Scottish, so we should watch Obi-Wan Kenobi today, right?
Yeah, he's.
All right, guys, it's late. We gotta get to bed. I'll see you guys in the morning.
What are we looking at
We're
here?
looking at sea otters. 6 of them here. And they were in front of us and they were just following them now, slowly. They're beautiful. They go down to the bottom, they get a stone, and they go down to the bottom, they get a seashell, and then like a clam or something like that, and they come back up and they roll on the backs, and then they smash the shell with the stone like that, and then eat the mussel or whatever's inside.
I've brought peace, freedom, justice,
Sea otters.
and security.
What? 6 of them here. They're beautiful. They go down to the bottom, they get a stone, and they go down to the bottom, they get a seashell.
I don't want to hear any more about them. They turned against me.
Sun gets up early here in Scotland, and I'm just enjoying this view. Oh, it's so beautiful. But I'm gonna go ahead and get some breakfast made while the boys sleep in. And I brought along a bottle of gelled Sterno here. And I'm gonna take one of these tin cans we used last night and see if I can't make a little camp stove and cook a bacon sandwich. Nice hot bacon sandwich, a little HB sauce and butter. Yeah, not too bad. And I barely used up any of my fuel, so whenever the boys are ready, I'll cook them some more. It's a strawberry rosehip herbal tea we got here in Scotland. It is wonderful. Oh, that's good. Well, absolutely no charring, no damage. It's exactly the way we want to leave it. Thomas, Jacob. You can keep whatever walking stick you want.
Pressure's out here. It's super light.
All right, guys, you ready for the hike back?
Yeah!
All right, let's do it. Thank you very much. Hey. Thank you. You have a great day. Here. Listen, we had a great time filming this video, and I hope you enjoyed watching it. If you guys want to see our entire 5-week tour of the UK, that's England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, check out the link in the video description below. I'll put the link there as soon as I post that video. But thanks for watching. We put out new videos every Saturday morning, so don't forget to click subscribe to the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel.
If you like this video, don't forget to check out the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel where we have hundreds of videos just like this. And don't forget to click subscribe.
There's been a lot of police.
Hello everybody! Today I'm excited to announce the Christmas. Those of you that have been around for a year ago came to mind, I just never got around to it. Well, today I am making good on my word as we're going to cover the complete cryptid iceberg. This iceberg was assembled by someone who works at the International Cryptozoology Museum in Portland, Maine. Way back whenever I first tried to cover this iceberg, I wanted to do the entire thing in one video, which with my schedule just wasn't feasible. Because sure, while some of the things near the top, like the Wendigo or the Goatman, are things that I'm pretty familiar with and can research easily, the bottom tiers of this iceberg are things that before research, I'd never even heard of. So rather than waiting for the entire Leviathan of this video to get put out at the same time, instead, I'm going to be releasing it in parts, hopefully over the course of December, and then after all of the parts are complete, compile it into one supercut, same as I did with the conspiracy theory iceberg. Now, it's also a well-known fact that I am bad at following up on deadlines I set for myself, so we'll see if I can finish the whole thing by Christmas. But either way, might as well get started now. And also, just a side note, the guy who made this iceberg and myself were communicating via DMs, but I have since lost those DMs, so if you're the guy that made this iceberg, you know who you are. I shot you a DM on Twitter. Please respond. It'd be really cool to give you credit and point people towards more content that you're making. But until then, I'm not gonna, dox the guy without his permission. That'd be kind of rude. Also, it's just been a while since I've covered an iceberg. The last one I did was the disturbing video game iceberg earlier this year, but I haven't covered a series since the conspiracy theory iceberg, because if I remember correctly, the serial killer iceberg wrapped up even before that. So I figured, why not, for the holiday season, we go through this journey together, beginning in the realm of the fairly known, and eventually getting to the mysterious and the terrifying. This iceberg is, for the most part, arranged by obscurity, so I can assure you that pretty much everyone will be familiar with some of the terms near the top, and regardless of how much of a cryptozoologist you are, I promise you will learn something new if you stick around for the series. Also, I forgot to mention this in the initial recording, but there's one more thing that I want to make clear. An iceberg is a very quick look at a lot of content. Nearly every one of the creatures that we're going to be talking about have their own books written about them, have their own movies and documentaries made about them, and can amount to years and years of research, and I'll be covering most of them in half a minute. Like any iceberg video, I'm covering an ocean's worth of content that's only a few inches deep. This series is by no means a comprehensive look at all of these creatures, and I don't intend for it to be. Instead, it's more of a Wikipedia or starting point for a lot of this lore. So if any of these creatures sound cool to you, I highly encourage you to do some research yourself, because really, it's a lot of fun. Also, for someone whose YouTube channel is named after a cryptid, there is a suspicious lack of cryptid content on the channel. So I figured, why not make the most of it while we're here? So instead of just covering the cryptid iceberg, I will also be making a cryptid tier list. I don't think I need to explain to the average YouTube viewer what a tier list is. It's your standard A through F ranking system, with S being supreme overall. Just think of S tier as a sort of A+. While the actual iceberg analysis will be based on legends and research, the tier list is just entirely my own stupid opinion on how cool I think each cryptid is. There's also a category at the very bottom, NA, which is just for terms in the iceberg that are non-applicable to what we're talking about, because some of the stuff in this iceberg isn't even a cryptid. Some of the terms are books or individuals who are very important to the field of cryptozoology, but it'd be weird to be ranking like Mothman and Bigfoot and then be like, oh, well, this book is an A-tier cryptid, whatever that means. So non-cryptids go in NA, everything else is fair game. And for those who are uninitiated as to what a cryptid is, and if you are, I am so sorry for what you're about to experience, but the short definition is that a cryptid is a creature whose existence is widely debated. This applies to things you're probably thinking of, like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster, but also applies to things that were at one point believed to be extinct, like certain species of fish or primates, which we'll talk about through the series. Basically, any animal or creature that you can think of that exists within the realm of theory is likely a cryptid. And I, for one, am so excited to talk about them today, and hopefully, you are too. It's been a while since I've covered an iceberg, especially one this long. And I know that some of you only enjoy videos that are related to real life events, some of you only enjoy content that is related to the realm of fiction, and the world of cryptids kind of combines the two in a perfect way. At least I think so. So hopefully there will be something in this series for everyone, and above all else, hopefully you enjoy. A couple things I want to get out of the way before we get started. For one, The Red Thread, the podcast that I began with Critical and Jackson Clark, has been doing phenomenal. We only have one episode out, and it's doing great on Spotify. You can listen to it on Spotify, by the way. And on YouTube, it has nearly 500,000 views, which for a first episode blows my mind. You guys have been incredibly generous, and it really does mean the world. So a link to that will be in the description if anyone wants to check it out, and to those of you who already have, thank you. The first episode we did over there was actually about the Goatman, and it's almost like I planned this whole thing out. I didn't, but it's almost like I did. And we are trying to get the first episode of the other podcast that I began with Meat Canyon, Greekcast. The first episode of that should be out end of this week. Both of those will be linked in the description, and again, thank you all so much for the support that you've already shown. It means the world. Also for the holiday season, I have a very special treat on the way, and that treat is this guy. Not that guy, this one right here. I'm not gonna show him off on camera yet, but those of you who follow me on Twitter already know who he is, and he will be available on December 1st. So stay tuned for that. Okay, that was a little mean, I'm sorry. Also, before we get into a massive series of things that I enjoy but probably shouldn't because it definitely affects my mental health for the worst in the long run, let's talk about something that I enjoy that affects my mental and physical health for the better in the long run. Yeah. But before we dive into this rabbit hole of weird, I want to talk about something that's weirdly good for you, and that is today's sponsor, who we've all come to know and love, AG1. That's because AG1 is your one and only comprehensive foundational nutrition supplement. Now, those who've been around the channel for a while know how much I love this stuff and how much it helps me get the nutritions that I need every day. Because let's face it, you're not probably eating the perfect diet you should be eating every day. At least I'm certainly not. But AG1 is here to help. It contains your daily dose of pre and probiotics, immune support supplements, nutritional supplements, multivitamins, multiminerals, and instead of being a bunch of pills and doses you have to take every morning, is instead just one drink. AG1 supports whole body health by being something that doesn't focus on one area or aspect of your body, and is instead something that supports your body, brain, and gut all at once. AG1 is the simple, high-quality solution to your daily nutrition, and there's a reason that the brand has been leading the pack since 2010. And as you all know, I didn't realize how bad I was with my diet until I started taking AG1. It's not like AG1 is some kind of stimulant, it's just the stuff that your body is craving that you probably don't even realize. When I started taking it, I had more energy to get things done. I had more energy to carry out tasks throughout the day. Not only is it super easy to keep track of because it's just one drink you have to take every day, but it's also super easy to make because all you need is a spoonful of AG1 and then 8 to 12 ounces of water and you're good to go. And also, those of you who are new to AG1 might be looking at this and think that it tastes absolutely disgusting because that's like a grassy green look. It actually tastes just fine. Everything in here is completely natural, so what flavor it does have is kind of like a sweet vanilla taste almost. But AG1 isn't a pain to take every morning and is instead something I enjoy alongside my morning coffee. AG1 is the perfect product to help you take care of your body the way that it deserves. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on the offer. That's because right now, if you go to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, in addition to your order, you will get 5 additional travel packs of AG1. That's 5 extra days worth of AG1 that you can take with you on the go, which is great if you're obsessed with this stuff like I am, and a year's supply of vitamin D3 and K2. Just put a drop of it in your drink every morning to get even more of the nutrition that you need. Taking care of your body shouldn't be complicated, and now with AG1, it doesn't have to be. Again, to get in on this offer, go to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon to get in on AG1 today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to AG1 for sponsoring this video and sending me this cool sweatshirt. It means the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are gonna go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. I want to get the first 2 episodes of this series out quick so that I set a precedent for myself and don't slack off on uploads. So this video and the next will be covering 1 tier of the iceberg each, and then hopefully after that I'll be covering 2 tiers of the iceberg per video, which theoretically will round out to 5 episodes over the course of December for the whole series, but I am most likely going to eat my words on that. So I'm leaving this part in the video so that you all can laugh at me when I inevitably fail. But in the meantime, why not have some fun? So let's get into it, starting with tier 1, beginning with Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch. The name Sasquatch is derived from the Salish word Sasquitz, meaning wild man. While Sasquatch is the name of the creature within regions like the Pacific Northwest, other renditions of it exist in nearly every corner of the world. While Bigfoot is believed to be connected to several otherwise unrelated legends given his appearance, like for example stories of tall hairy men can be seen in everything from the rock apes to the Wendigo and what have you. He is most famous among regions of the Northwest United States. While menacing, his widespread popularity has caused several stories of him to move from that of a barbaric killer to an agent of nature, disturbing those who disrespect the mountains. Shortly after the famed 1967 Patterson-Gimlin film, Skamania County, Washington implemented a statute stating that the poaching of Bigfoot would result in a 5-year prison sentence. Things like this caused Bigfoot to be catapulted into the public eye. Gimlin film, Skamania County, Washington implemented a statute stating that the poaching of Bigfoot would result in a 5-year prison sentence. Things like this caused Bigfoot to be catapulted into the public eye. And despite his fierce appearance, many now see Bigfoot as a sort of icon for nature itself. Bigfoot, we all know and love him. He's kind of the foundation for any cryptid story, at least in the United States. So of course, I gotta put the guy at A tier. The reason I don't put him at S tier is because he is so popular at this point that there's not really a, like hardline canon for what the creature does or what its motives are. Like to some people, it's this monster that kills anyone that goes in the woods. To others, it's this peaceful guardian of nature. And because of that, stories of Bigfoot are all over the place. Sometimes they can be really cool, sometimes they can be really lame. But Bigfoot laid the groundwork for most of mystery culture as it exists today. So to me, he's a solid A tier. Up next, we have the Loch Ness Monster. Nessie, as she's also known, is believed to inhabit Lake Loch Ness of the Scottish Highlands. While written legends of a sea beast within Loch Ness date back to the first millennia, and sightings date back even further, The description and reputation of the plesiosaur-like Nessie exploded into the public consciousness in 1933 when several locals reported seeing the creature both in and out of water. This series of local stories culminated in 1934 when the famed surgeon's photograph was taken. Despite most legends describing the creature as docile, besides the occasional mention of consuming prey animals, hunting the Loch Ness Monster has become a sort of snipe hunt among the locals. In 1938, men arrived at Loch Ness with makeshift harpoon guns in hope of killing the creature. Sightings and expeditions to find Nessie have continued into the modern age. The 750-foot deep lake is proud of its mascot, a legend that's fueled tourism within Scotland for the past century. With connections to legends such as the Kelpie and over 1,000 sightings to date, Nessie is a legend that is certainly here to stay. I'm sure we're all familiar with the Loch Ness Monster and theories that maybe it's a dinosaur that didn't die out in the extinction, maybe it's some kind of giant undocumented amphibian, but regardless, similar to Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster is one of the most popular cryptids of all time. And in my opinion, kind of overrated. There were a series of sightings in the 1930s. People described it as, again, a long neck thing. There was the famous surgeon's photograph, which again got very popular, but years later was revealed to be a definitive hoax. And there's just not really that many cool stories or cool things people do with them. People just show up to the lake and they're like, oh, I saw, the dinosaur thing, and everyone's like, that's cool. And that's it. It doesn't go anywhere after that. I think Nessie's kind of cute, but that doesn't really qualify for any of the top tier, so middle of the line. Next up, we have Mothman. The Mothman of Point Pleasant, West Virginia is a monster as beloved as it is menacing. The legend began in November of 1966 when two young couples spotted a large, black creature with glowing red eyes and wings just outside of a decommissioned military munitions plant known as the TNT area. The creature chased the teens back to city limits. Sightings continued across the region until in December of 1967 when the Silver Bridge, a massive roadway connecting West Virginia to Ohio, collapsed, resulting in the deaths of 46 people. Legends began to arise that Mothman himself was spotted at the bridge just before it collapsed. As such, the mythos surrounding Mothman shifted from that of a monstrous killer to that of a benevolent harbinger. Likewise, Mothman's public image is mostly that of a wise herald of the natural world. Alright, so for one, to get it out of the way, Mothman is S tier, because if we're doing all of this and we're not putting Mothman at S tier, then what are we doing here? Both among people who are just kind of interested in cryptids or the supernatural, and those who are super interested, both hold Mothman as one of the best. He is defined as a creature that is menacing and potentially harmful, but also maybe here to help us, maybe trying to warn us of danger. And he's a giant bat moth person. That's just really cool. I've been to Point Pleasant, West Virginia. I've done all of the Mothman tours, been to the museum, poked around the TNT area. There's even a statue of him in the middle of the town. And yes, of course, my wife did in fact touch his butt. Also, one more thing I want to mention, the poster that you can see off to the side whenever I'm recording at the whiteboards or on my live streams, the poster that has Bigfoot, Mothman, Braxy, and an alien on it, this poster came from the Mothman Museum at Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Just in case my crippling hyper-interest wasn't apparent enough. Mothman is one of the most beloved cryptids of all time, for good reason. Next up, we have the Kraken. The Kraken, or giant squid, is a legend that predates that of nearly any other cryptid. For as long as humanity has traveled the sea, rumors of sea beasts powerful enough to pull down entire ships have persisted. The most popular of these legends is that of the Kraken, a squid-like creature that was originally transcribed around the mid-18th century. In recent years, the Kraken mythos seems to be less fiction and, if anything, exaggeration. While stories of naval vessels being pulled to the depths cannot be confirmed, modern findings like that of the colossal squid give credence to what was otherwise tall tales of superstitious sailors. Given the rapid deterioration of ocean wildlife in the modern age and consistently new discoveries in marine biology, the Kraken is less a cryptid and more a chilling reminder of what was, or might still be, out there. The Kraken's an interesting one. Sure, the first time it was written down was around the 1700s, but legends of sea beasts and monsters that destroy ships are as old as sailing has existed. And then, as science begins to find things like colossal squids that are still alive, who knows what was roaming the oceans 300 years ago? We know that increased transportation across waterways has caused all form of marine biology to go further underwater to hide from the commotion caused by ships. So what was roaming the top of the waters several hundred years ago? What might still be out there, only a bit deeper down? The Kraken's an interesting one. It's hard to argue that it's entirely fictional or entirely a cryptid, but it serves as a chilling reminder for several unidentified species of creature that we've been wrong before. Next up we have the Yeti, also known as the Abominable Snowman. The Yeti is a Bigfoot synonymous creature hailing from the Himalayan mountain range. Tibetan folklore describes different variations of the creature, ranging in color from black to brown to white, and in height from 3 to 15 feet tall. From footprints and stories discovered by the British in 1921 along the foothills of Mount Everest, the term abominable snowman was born, and with it, legends of people being lost to the rage hidden within the fierce snowstorms of the mountains. While some Tibetan cultures view the Yeti as a sort of spiritual guardian, most see him as an agent of death and violence. Sightings of large footprints, tribal relics, and massive figures along the Himalayas keep the legend alive to this day. The Yeti has an intricacy that's probably surprising to a lot of people that just see it as a Bigfoot transported over to Asia. The Tibetans have legends for different kinds of Yetis, those that are violent to people, those that are passive to people. But the majority of people who spend enough time at the foothills of Everest will report finding remains or footprints that are just a little bit out of character. Or you'll hear stories of explorers seeing someone on a far-off mountain range who appeared to be just a bit too tall. The Yeti is in a particularly mysterious part of the world, and with it, holds several mysteries as well. So I'm giving it B tier. Again, this is all just my own opinion, and the only thing that really holds it back for me is because, as an American, it really is just snow Bigfoot. The next term on the iceberg is the thylacine, which, also known as the Tasmanian tiger, was a species native to Tasmania, New Zealand, and Australia. At one point, there existed large populations of them across the continent, but the last known member of the species died in the 1930s. They were a pretty weird creature. They kind of looked like a sort of Wolverine dog thing, but they were marsupial, and they had like the marsupial pouch. They could also open their jaws like really wide, near 90 degrees. The reason that the thylacine's on this iceberg is because it's an example of a weird and unique species that died out in the past century. So while it does give credence to some other cryptid legends, I have to put it at non-applicable because, I mean, it's just a species that is now dead. So sad. Next up, we have the skunk ape. The skunk ape is, in effect, the Bigfoot of the Everglades. The key trait that separates the skunk ape from other Sasquatch-adjacent creatures is the presence of a strong, ghastly odor that emanates from the creature, hence giving it the name skunk ape. This scent often preceding the beast's sightings. While stories of man-sized monkeys permeated the region since pre-colonial arrival, the legends of the skunk ape have exploded in the past century. While sharing several similarities to Bigfoot, the ape is typically depicted as more docile and smelly. I've always found the skunk ape to be more scary than Bigfoot, and I think the main reason for that is, as a kid, I was exposed to like, the happy-go-lucky, friend of the hiker Bigfoot motif, and the exposure to the skunk ape I got was that one really freaky image of it like behind the leaves at night, and I think someone found out later that that picture was actually a picture of a display at a Ripley's Believe It or Not, I'm pretty sure. But nevertheless, 8-year-old me didn't know that. And I did live for a month down in the Florida Everglades, and I think it's just because that's such a hostile region of land. Whereas I see things like the Pacific Northwest, like sure, in the winter you can die if you're out there, but for the most part it's like friendly hiking trails and whatnot. And if you try to just go hiking through the middle of the Everglades, you will die to something. So while the skunk ape itself is typically depicted as non-violent, I think it's just the menacing characteristics of the area around him that make him so scary. That kind of by association, he's seen as a menacing creature, even if himself is not. This probably doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense up here. So while I do like the skunk ape and have even been to the Skunk Ape Museum in the Everglades, I've got to put him at B tier because at the end of the day, smelly Bigfoot. Next up, we have Champy. The monster of Lake Champlain has been described by those native to the land as a great horned serpent. Yeah, go ahead. Insert Monument Mythos reference here. Known to the Abenaki as the Gittaskog, sightings of a lake monster in Lake Champlain have been documented in newspapers for the past century, some of which describing the creature as being nearly 200 feet in length and recount stories of steamboats halting when colliding with the beast. At one point, P.T. Barnum offered $50,000 for the hide of the creature, which adjusted for inflation is nearly $1.3 million. Despite differing accounts of Champy's appearance, most agree on the head of a snake and massive dimensions. Due to the lack of stories regarding attacks or danger, Champy is often regarded as a docile, kind creature and is even a protected species in both the states of Vermont and New York. Champy is effectively the Loch Ness Monster, but in the United States. A lot of the legends around Champy are explicitly nice or kind, whereas the Loch Ness Monsters tend to be more menacing or at the very least mysterious. Champy is kind of seen as almost like there's just a blue well in the middle of the lake, like this harmless creature that's just really big and wants to be your friend. And that's seen in a lot of the artwork and advertisement related to the legend. And while I think that's cute and all, I've got to give it a D tier. I'm sure there's a lot of people that really like it, but again, it's just take this legend and then move it somewhere else. After that, we have the chupacabra. The chupacabra, or goat sucker, is a creature from Latin America that is known for drinking the blood of livestock. Descriptions of the creature range from a hyena-like canine, as reported in most Mexican and Southwest United States stories, to that of a reptilian humanoid as seen in the original Puerto Rican sightings. Consistencies across legends often contain details of red eyes and black quills along the creature's back. Despite its popularity, the chupacabra is a relatively new urban legend, with the first use of the name occurring in the 1990s following a series of livestock killings in Puerto Rico. Several animals were found drained of their blood, and local speculation shifted to that of a vampiric beast that preys on unsuspecting farmers. Despite its short time in the limelight, the chupacabra has built a name for itself that rivals the likes of Bigfoot. Chupacabra is one of the most famous cryptids of all time. That being said, I've got to throw him in C tier. Because like when the legend began, it was this alien reptilian humanoid that would feast on the blood of animals. And that was, cool and unique. But then when the legend went from Puerto Rico to like Mexico and Texas, it just became stories of people going, oh, well, it was like a coyote without a lot of hair and it ate a chicken. And so it's like, what if it was just a coyote without a lot of hair? And then most of the stories and sightings around it got pretty generic. Most of the time, it could just be written off as a dog. But I do have to give it some points for popularity. Also, I forgot to mention this, but when I was in the 8th grade, we had a class presentation where we had to study some kind of historic event and talk about all of the stories and legends around it. So the normal people in my class covered things like, the Titanic or World War II, and I did a report on the chupacabra. So I guess I was always destined to wind up here. Next up, we have the jackalope. The jackrabbit antelope is in many regards the first Americana cryptid. The creature is simply a jackrabbit with antlers. Early settlers would tell tall tales of horned rabbits seen on the fields of Wyoming. The myth exploded in the 1930s when a man named Douglas Herrick, as a joke, taxidermized a set of deer antlers onto a jackrabbit mount. He sold jackalope mounts to several businesses in the American West, and the legend became a sort of in-joke among the locals. Outsiders were warned to beware the dangerous creature and to guard their legs. Stories of jackalopes singing with travelers by the campfire, or only being able to breed during lightning strikes, the explanation for their scarce appearance, were very common. The jackalope became a sort of snipe hunt, and among the first American legends. Also, in Wyoming, it's a running joke that you can get a jackalope hunting license composed of impossible stipulations. I love the jackalope because, for one, it has the most innocent beginnings. There were legends of a rabbit with deer antlers, so a guy thought it'd be funny to make a taxidermy of one and sell it to local businesses. And then every time someone who's unfamiliar with the area comes into town, he gives all the locals an excuse to spin a yarn. I mean, if you were a guy who had never been out west, and this is pre-internet or widespread education, and you saw a jackrabbit mount with antlers and everyone in town told you it's real, I mean, who are you to not believe that? Now, when they get to all of the stories about it can only breed during lightning strikes or whatnot, that's different. But it became a fun story that a bunch of people would add their own legends to. And like I said, in Wyoming, it was a joke for a while that you could get a license to hunt a jackalope, but it would have a stipulation like, can only be on February the 30th, or can only take place in the minute before and after midnight. So while sure, there's not a lot to the legend of the creature itself, it's the legends and cultures that were built around it that make it so special, and what makes me put it at B tier. I also just noticed that I left my ceiling light on, which has been reflecting on the board this whole time. You think 3 million subs can't figure out how lights work. Next up, we have the Jersey Devil. The Jersey
First down, fake it, bootleg, Flacco sets, throws, looking for separation. It's caught. Amari Cooper down the sideline for the touchdown. Flag is down.
Pass interference. Defense, number 37. That penalty is declined. Result of the play, touchdown.
When you find someone on the field that's not a frontline starter and has
wonder if Ixie will like Drake's new hat then.
Brought me the hat that I need for the stream right here. This is my alter ego. Anita Maxwin. Anita Maxwin. Roche brought me the hat that I need for the stream right here. This is my Roche brought me the hat that I need for the stream right here. This is my alter ego. Anita Maxwin. Anita Maxwin.
Homeless guy, bang.
Literally just capping about the drama in my title. I literally was. I was like, you know what? There's probably drama about something. And to be fair, I was going to talk about, you know, Dream and his obsession with men who work in caves. You guys know miners. You know, he's really looking for diamonds down there. Huh? I guess it makes sense why he plays Minecraft so much. I was going to talk about that shit, and then how I got banned on Twitter for being white. But shit, I guess we're here today, guys. I guess we're here. Okay, here we go. Cayenne Down. Do they make? We're about to find out. Oh, let's double check. Do they make? God forbid they draw two or a male and a female having sex with each other. Genshin do not like straight people. Okay, so they have what is that? Raiden Shogun and Legolas from Lord of the Rings. I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared scrolling this live, but it's probably fine. Yeah, we're fine. We're good. Yeah, we're probably... Yeah, we're good. Okay, well, they're drawing lesbian ships. That's generally something that the Genshin community likes. Okay, all right, that's good. Okay, so what happened? I mean, I thought lesbians were cool. What's going on, Genshin? Let's figure it out here. Regarding my latest illustration, I decided to take it down from Pixel after the harassment I received towards it. Oh, see, you know what the problem is? The problem is that you were drawing another woman having sex with somebody's girlfriend in real life. I mean, you gotta understand, okay? You think Yai Miko and Raiden Shogun are single? No. They're committed to the gacha players who got them to C6 using their parents' credit card. Okay, what do you expect? You expect people to not fight for their girlfriend? Hey, Yai Miko doesn't like that. She messaged me herself. How dare you draw my girlfriend in such a way? Yeah, you're right, dude, you're right. I will also no longer attempt to draw... What? I didn't see that. I will also no longer attempt to draw straight Genshin ships in the future. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean this genuinely from the bottom of my heart. I did not pre-read this. I was sent this on my stream. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Straight people in my game? Absolutely not. If anyone's going to be having sex with Yai Miko, it's me. How dare you? Don't you know according to the lore, they're all lesbians? Good god, bro. Oh my god. Like, what do they think? Like, these motherfuckers must think they're getting caught. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I just, like, I spent $3,000 on this character. Wait a minute, why am I doing an impression of myself? I don't know, dude. I spent like $3,000 on this character, and then, like, I don't know. I just saw her, like, having sex with another dude, man. I don't know what's going on, man. That is not badass. That's crazy. That's how you know I've reached a level of, like, absurdity where I can do an imitation of myself. Take care of those Berserk books in the back. Yes, they are, random ADHD chatter. That's exactly what we're talking about. And below there is a picture of me your mom. Let's keep going here. I'm sorry if this painting was offensive. I will consider taking it down here as well. I hate straight people. Why is my S key not working? Oh my god, bro. I had a Control-C, Control-V. I hate straight people. Yeah, that'll be the top comment. That'll be the top comment on that post. Yeah, absolutely insane, man. They hacked your keyboard. Yeah, they probably did. Okay, let's go to the comments here. Okay, I am very curious. All right, so I'm actually gonna pull up their art here real quick. Let's find out. Let's find out what they did. Let's go see. Let's go see the horrible thing they did. Very beautiful women. Oh man, I've accidentally fallen over while playing tennis. What a goober I am. God damn, Arlecchino is jacked. God mother. Yeah, ooh, what the hell? Okay, well, relax, boys. That's okay. All right, let's pull this up. So when did they draw them with the dude? Is this a guy? Is this
Is something the matter? A heliobus that creates illusions for the sole purpose of instructing someone in swordplay.
General, we need to move fast.
I can understand your sense of urgency. But before I leave...
Naturally. Among the Heliobi, Pyra manifests the courage and warring spirit of Ignomar.
My apprentice.
No wonder I smell a hint of sadness.
You know the flavor of sadness, but not its meaning.
Then you should hurry. Pyra has an insatiable... Go! I don't wish to delay your...
Su Shang is awaiting our timely...
Lieutenant of the Seat of Divine Foresight. I didn't think I would last this long. I'm not half as bad as I thought.
Young one, you hesitate. Your opponent is no match for you. Yet they have managed to fend you. It's time to finish.
He won't do it.
General.
Young one, your old teacher. Under his tutelage, you never experienced true failure. But after some, you worry that the general is disappointed in you. Now, show him what I have taught you. He'll be very proud of your progress. Tell him that with your sword, you will bring victory to the Xianzhou.
With...
Yanqing would never draw his sword on me to prove himself. This confidence is not a belief that he will win every contest. It is a belief that he will one day break free. This truth must...
General.
Break free. If the sword of that now is the time to...
General, allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship. Challenge these swords to battle!
Young, none of that matter. And now you wish to throw down the gauntlet. Very well. In your swordplay, every stroke and sway, I've committed it all to memory. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Merciless intent. How powerful I am.
You chose the wrong enemy. No, Yanqing. Conceal your form and hide your intentions. Don't fall for their distractions.
Understood. Punish evil. Troublesome.
Conflict is pitiless.
You're all in on trouble.
That it?
I'm just warming up.
This battle is unavoidable. You'll pay if we've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Here is thunder.
Show no mercy.
Lend me your strength.
There's no time to conflict. It's pitiless.
I see through you. and awaken.
Was that it?
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Follow my charge. Here is thunder.
A quick divination. Cut through the ranks.
Got it.
Yin and yang. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. All things in human creations. Lend me your strength.
There's no time to lose. Eternal sleep. The dead return! Conflict is meaningless. Let's settle this.
I failed. One hit. Ew, it's about time.
General.
I know what.
Then,
Why does everyone that gets hit should be me thinking, or maybe just... She went toe-to-toe. We're gonna need to get you up. So...
With respect to this incident, what is your plan for posting on the Lawfus?
Well, about that. Is everyone okay?
Thanks for covering for me.
All's well that ends well.
Well then.
All right, let's get... Actually, come to think of it, it's kind of... Sometimes, maybe, but after weighing things up...
If I...
Sorry,
It's not your fault.
few games of chess will while away the time.
This battle is unavoidable. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead return!
Lend me your strength.
You sent us awakened, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon. Heaven's surge. Break.
I see through you. Converge and awaken.
I'll see you.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
The strength.
A quick divination. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead return!
Lend me your strength.
I sent a storm. Awaken, Thorn Scales. World-cleansing dragon. Heaven surge. Rise!
Gather as one.
You chose the wrong enemy.
This battle is unavoidable.
The strength. Heaven surge. Break!
You'll pay for this.
I'll see you off.
Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. Time to change tactics. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Show no mercy.
Converge and awaken.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless.
I see through you. All things in this human creations.
I'll see you off.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Eternal sleep. The dead return! Here is thunder.
A quick divination. You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Show no mercy. You chose the wrong enemy.
Converge and awaken. This battle is unavoidable. You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Follow my charm. Conflict is pitiless.
I see through you. Lend me your
off.
Time to change tactics. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Show no mercy. Conflict is pitiless.
A quick divination. All things in this human creations! Gather as one!
You chose the wrong enemy. Eternal sleep. The dead returns! Here is thunder!
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
There's no time to lose. Conflict is pitiless. I'll see you off. You chose the wrong enemy.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Here is thunder!
Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless. Show no mercy.
Gather as one. Yin and yang.
I'll see you off. Follow my charge. Here is thunder!
I see through. Lend me your strength.
There's no time to lose. Conflict is pitiless. Here is thunder!
Lend me your strength.
Follow my
We've
charge.
entered the storm. To guard and defend! Crush them!
Conflict is pitiless. You chose the wrong enemy.
Awaken! This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Show no mercy. Here is thunder.
Can someone explain?
Sincere thank you from me to you for an incredible year. We've been at this for a long time, and you continue to uplift me and accept me. So thank you.
No problem.
And to the rest of you, the non-believers, the underachievers, the tweet and deleters.
Oh yeah, we don't do
You guys
that.
make me sick to my stomach, man. Honestly, you guys want to look in my eyes. You guys want to do something? You guys.
Yo.
That's what I
Don't
thought.
make me act up.
That's what I thought. You know what we're here for?
Don't make me act up.
That's what I thought. You know what we're here for?
I don't
Shout out to everybody
I don't
else,
delete
no
tweets.
disrespect, but of course.
It just wouldn't feel right if 2023 didn't conclude with at least one more horrible YouTuber apology video, and luckily, Krampus did not let us down, delivering a nice lump of coal under the tree. This had been a year filled to the brim, the cup runneth over, on bad YouTuber apology videos. I was a naive fool to think that we had seen the last of apology videos for 2023, and how wrong was I? In the fourth quarter here, the last week or so of 2023, we were blessed with one more from James Somerton. He was featured prominently in H-Bomber Guy's newest video on plagiarism. I'm sure all of you have seen this video by now. If you haven't, that is shocking to hear and should probably go check it out. And I'm not going to recap the whole video, but I will give you a brief synopsis of James Somerton's role in it. But basically, James Somerton was pretty much caught with his hand in the cookie jar, plagiarizing his entire online content, fundamentally. It also goes even deeper than the plagiarism. He was accused of multiple other bad things in regards to his content and claims he was making, and a bunch of other variety of things. And in response to that, James went dark. He went off the grid, bought a log cabin in the middle of the woods, grew out a lumberjack's beard, he bought a Hoover from, Breaking Bad, and he disappeared. So he went offline, and then a couple days ago posted a surprise apology video going over all of it, which he deleted a couple hours later when it didn't get the response he was expecting it to. But it's been re-uploaded, and I kind of wanted to cover it a little bit just because it feels right. 2023 had so many of these. We've got to usher in 2024 the right way with an apology video to kick us off getting into the new year. So let's take a peek.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry for taking so long to make this video or to say anything. I'm in the hospital. I've been in the hospital for a little over a week.
call me John Madden because I'm gonna walk you through the play in this playbook here. It's called Emotional Manipulation. It's a timeless classic. There is no reason he should be starting this video with this story here. He uses this technique multiple times throughout the video and doesn't really even address the accusations head on. It's mainly a lot of deflection. But what I want to focus on is just how hard he leans on trying to garner sympathy through this. Now, it's always sad to see someone struggling and going through a hard time and contemplating extremely terrible things with their life, but it's not something that you need to be sharing online in this capacity. And it's also not something most people would be comfortable sharing online, especially in response to things like this, because it comes across as very insincere and disingenuous and kind of like using it as though it makes you immune to criticism because now you've gone through this, if that makes sense. And that's pretty much what his whole audience said too. Even the ones that were trying to rally behind him, hoping for a real explanation, this left a very bad taste in their mouth because it's completely unrelated to what should be being talked about, which is his plagiarism as well as the other things he's been accused of. He doesn't need to be sharing this information with us. This is a very private matter that he should have kept private.
I tried to do something.
Lend me your strength.
Before I did it.
Show no mercy.
Once again, there is no reason to be telling an extremely personal story to your audience when this is supposed to be a video addressing all the accusations against you. It's just the only reason this is here is so that way people can sympathize with him and feel sorry for what he's been going through. And make no mistake, from what he describes here, it's an extremely horrible experience that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. But it has no place in this video. It just comes across as super fucking tone deaf here. Just talk about, if you want to make an apology video or explain your side of things, then do that. And don't go into the private side of what's been happening behind the scenes since the accusations came out.
They got here and I woke up in hospital and yeah. Anyway, I'm not trying to make this a sob story. I'm just trying to explain why I've been so quiet.
You spent the entire first minute and a half making it a sob story, though. That's not an accident, and you could have edited that out. It's here because you wanted it to be here to start with immediately trying to get the waterworks going with people crying over how awful this experience is before you get into what's supposed to be your side and your apology over everything. It's just textbook emotional manipulation trying to make everyone feel bad for you, even though you were the guilty party who got caught, and this is you trying to talk about that, and you still haven't yet, even though we're already kind of deep into the video. Now it's a 34-minute video, so a minute and a half isn't like the bulk of it, but he sprinkles this throughout the entire thing, so you can't really make a good argument that it's only here to try and explain why he took so long to make this video. A, you don't need to explain why you took so long, you really don't. If you really wanted to give an explanation, you could just make it super concise, like, hey, had stuff going on, or this has been an extremely stressful period of time in my life from all of this, so I've taken some time to process everything, and now I feel comfortable going forward. Like, you didn't need to dive into it like this, and you didn't even need to explain why it took you that long in the first place. And on top of that, he does also still go over these really sad things in his life throughout the whole thing that aren't just there to explain why it took him so long to talk about all of this. So it really does feel like he's trying to emotionally manipulate people with his apology video. But even when he is done going through this story and actually trying to talk about what's been going on, he takes really no responsibility. He does say, I'm sorry, a lot, but it feels kind of hollow when he starts throwing somebody else under the bus for things and then kind of belittling the whole situation itself, boiling it down to something far simpler than it is. Like, there were a lot of accusations against him, none of which he really defends himself on in any meaningful way whatsoever. It really feels like the main purpose of the video is to make the audience feel bad. Like, make them, like, blame them, basically, for what he's going through, as opposed to taking that responsibility for fucking up with plagiarizing his whole career.
Really, really sorry. Really, really sorry. For the stuff in the videos, not crediting people, and I lost my best friend because of this. Nick and I have been best friends since.
I don't think I really need to show you more of the video itself. You get the idea of exactly how this goes for the rest of the 30 minutes of it. It's just a really baffling decision to post this in the first place, and it's something he recognized pretty quickly when he saw the responses come in, the Yelp reviews. So here's his community post addressing it. Earlier tonight, I uploaded a video apologizing for what I've done, but it's become clear after hearing from several people that I'm not in a healthy frame of mind to be posting anything online. I only returned home from the hospital yesterday, so I should have never filmed it. I believe the video, but I'm sure it has been downloaded and will be shared by others online. I promise to apologize properly and in detail when I'm more mentally stable. Until then, please know that I am sorry. He understands that this wasn't a good idea, but insists that he is sorry and will return at a later date to make a better apology video. And I have to say, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Like, I don't understand why he's even going to bother trying. There is really nothing that's going to improve for his online career through an apology. His audience isn't going to stick around through it. They were there for his content, and his content was stolen. It was all plagiarized. Like, there's no reason for them to stay, and it's not something he can just move on for and keep pumping out bangers because no one's going to believe that it's original work or anything that he himself created. So there's nothing he can possibly gain from even making an apology. He should just do something else that's not being a YouTuber, or find a completely different niche on YouTube to try and make it big in. Like, there's just nothing he can really do for the James Somerton brand here. So I don't know why he's going to try and make another apology video later. It just seems kind of silly to even bother. Like, he doesn't have anything that proves him innocent from the claims. He really was kind of, caught pants around the ankle here. It's kind of kaput. Like, it is clear he plagiarized a lot of things, and there's a lot of other accusations on top of that as well from the way he conducted himself and some of the content, like in some of the things he said. And there's really not a whole lot he can do to come back from that and make this big triumphant comeback with an absolute fucking banger apology. That's just not going to happen. So why even do it? Just go do something else, man. Just move on from it. So yeah, I just want to cover this a little bit just because it's one more bad apology in 2023. I figured might as well complete the year the only way we know how, with bad YouTuber apologies. Yeehaw. That's about it. See ya.
Losing 150 million seconds, going bankrupt on a subathon. Wait, what?
Make shit by around 5. LMAO is actually. We're
wow.
Most funded.
More people should have a plushie to remind them I exist. I love
Somehow,
how cute they are.
If you want one, you want 9 days left of that one. Also, does someone want one for free? I'll give you guys one for free right now. I don't know. I just like it. Use that code wins. Make sure plush. There you go. Well, I can't believe everyone in chat managed to redeem that. That's insane. Sure, it was only single use.
Oh, sorry. mean?
Is it not? For fuck's sake.
Haha, Vito, don't worry.
You guys
No way.
You guys are pranking me, bro. Don't prank me. There is just no way, bro. Why would?
So he gave out a code that was a free plushie, but he thought it was a single use and everybody got a code.
I can tell you it definitely wasn't free for you, but you admire.
1 million sold? 500,000% funded? Wait, so if it's $30 and there's 1 million. Oh no.
Bro, I don't have $30 million.
I mean, I could try stealing it from the bank.
Okay.
Applying to become bankrupt.
Okay.
You can apply to make yourself bankrupt if you cannot pay your debts.
Yeah.
Check if there are other ways you can deal with your debts before you apply for bankruptcy. It costs £680.
Wow.
Please don't apply for bankruptcy, Vito.
Okay, now I have a problem. I don't have £680 on account of the fact that we've just,
Yeah, you just spent 30 million, yeah.
I'm now down 40 million.
Oh, it's 40 million now.
If I'm bankrupt, how am I paying £680?
Vito, it seems you're stuck in an endless cycle of debt, doesn't it?
Wait, 5 million? What, are people just ordering like 100,000 at a time? I mean, I guess why not?
If you get married and then divorced, does your debts get split?
Well, that's smart.
That does sound appealing.
Wait, so is he gonna marry the AI?
I'm halving the debt. Wait, even smarter, okay? After I married and divorced Annie, okay, I marry someone else.
Ooh.
And then keep going. I only have to marry, what, like 15 people? And then I'm like nothing in debt.
Yeah, that's about right.
Holy shit, I've solved debts.
I think you've solved debt.
Min-max
Truly
marriage, yeah.
incredible.
Married, divorced 15 times.
Yeah.
My 150 million debt becomes 5,000.
That's easy.
You can pay that with a silver phone.
Yeah, that's a joke. That's no big deal. So yeah, like I saw a little bit of this. I saw a clip of this on Twitter. I didn't really know like what happened. Now it makes sense. 5 million sold at $30 each.
It just wouldn't feel right.
Luke here at the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, and me and my son Jake, we're taking my snow dog out into the wilderness of Alaska to go winter camping in a hammock hot tent. We're gonna be eating some amazing food, having a great time, and trying not to get eaten by wolves. Come along for the ride, it's gonna be a good time.
All right, buddy, you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready!
You good? All right. Whew. We made it, Jake. Well, this looks like a promising spot, but let's find out what's under the snow. Don't worry, I'll make another hole. So we're gonna make the hole bigger. Well, that's exactly right.
Can I something?
As big as a large tent. You like this hole?
Ryan. Throw it. You got the cannon.
Yeah, it.
Hey, the boys are coming.
Yeah, come in here. What do you think, Jake? Is this a nice tent? All right, Jake, should we go get some firewood? You got a perfect place?
Piece of firewood.
Oh yeah, that's a nice dead tree right there.
Daddy, putting so much stuff on my swale. Boy.
Can you take this one back?
Yeah.
All right. You're like a little snowshoe hare. You can float right on the snow. right. Okay.
Freedom, whatever. Am I going to play with him yet?
We got a nice bison hide here. Help make it nice and cozy. It's the homey touches that make a difference. Scoot up over here. Oh, you got tons of snow on your. Yeah, I got. Oh, yeah. There you go. Well, Jake, you hungry? You want me to get some food going? How about hot dogs? That sound good?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's how they used to dogs. All right.
Wait, Daddy, oh, those for us.
Those are for us. You want your bun warm? All right, you ready for a hot dog? All right. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Hey, baffle.
Is that a good hot dog? You know what Daddy's gonna have on his hot dog? Sauerkraut. Here, try a little sauerkraut. Yeah. Some kids just don't appreciate pickled cabbage. The mustard on here. All right, 2 more hot dogs coming up.
I have to be careful. No.
Okay. I think Jacob's feeling better now. He's got some food in him. You a little bit cold, Jake?
Really cold.
You're very cold. The stove isn't quite heating this place up very well, is it? It gets you all warmed up. Now, just make sure you stay away from the stove. I don't want you to roll up against it. Yeah, it takes a little while to warm up a sleeping bag, eh? Well, we got Jacob snuggled up in his bag, so I'm going to start cutting some firewood. We need to get this fire properly going. So all this wood is wet and frozen, so we just put it up on top of here to dry, and then whenever we need to stoke the fire, we take from the dry pile. Well, the firewood's all cut, and I've got everything brought into the tent, and the sun's about to set. I think it's time to batten down the hatches and tuck it in for the night. All right, sun's starting to set, so I'm pulling out my lights for filming. I really like these bicycle lights. This is what I use for my flood lighting when I'm filming at night. And when I'm winter camping, I'm always filming at night. Ooh, it's bright. Got the fireplace turned around so I can work on it a bit. You hear that? It's getting time, let's make some dinner. I gotta get all the bison hairs out of my pot. All right, for dinner tonight, I'm making a traditional Swiss camping food, fondue. Traditional fondue is pretty simple. You melt a bunch of shredded cheese over a low heat, you add a splash of white wine, and then you dip whatever you want in it. Traditionally bread and potatoes and meat and stuff like that. Some cheeses work better than others. Fontina, Gouda, Gruyere are really good fondue cheeses. So I took a little bit of each and mixed it together. Now, I'm not much of a wine drinker, so I just use white vinegar or white wine vinegar, and you get the same results. These little hot tent stoves actually work really well for making fondue because they're a nice temperature. Just want to add a little bit of cheese at a time. Don't throw it all in at once. I've got some veggies and meat I want to put in the fondue, and I'm just gonna stack these up on the stove and let them warm up. Nice. Look at this, Jacob. Look at that. Hey, look at this, the cheese string. You want to try some? What do you think, bud? It's good?
Quite good.
Oh. 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 You want some broccoli? Look at that. Here. Why don't you hold it like this? It's nice and toasty. Here's, you bring your. Oh, that's so good. Brussels sprouts. Got them seasoned with a little sea salt and olive oil. Oh, we got some meatballs. You want a meatball?
To guard and defend. Crush them.
Here is thunder.
I'm looking at the reply.
It appears we are all present. I'll get straight to the point. Since becoming a judge, if you ask me.
What if whoa?
And yet, she didn't, given the type of person.
Right.
Cirrus.
Even if Cirrus does.
Let's go.
Well, Huahua is how careless.
The Ten Lords Commission.
Ooh, how... Let's cut to the chase. I knew it. Believe it or not, she searched high and in the end, I started feeling sorry. I also told her
Lies.
maybe I do. You should have faith in...
Not good.
The paperwork will have to wait.
What do we do now?
Hold on. She's unresponsive. This isn't just a this isn't something. As for now,
But...
the situation has changed.
But Miss Hanya...
I know.
Miss Hanya... Yeah. Snow. We should...
We are not complete. It might be possible.
But why would a Heliobus...
I've been keeping tally.
What?
Don't look so surprised, young lady.
Surprised? Huahua has been worried sick trying to find you, and now something else. You flaming furball! What the heck is going on? Did you?
As per our rules, any free-roaming Heliobus must be sealed away. I was merely following protocol. Besides...
I only recall a moment during that fateful... I watched myself parting from Ignamar, drifting without purpose. Then, before I knew what had happened, the girl had retrieved me, and a judge of the Ten Lords Commission had... I believe you humans call this kind of thing an end-of-life Since I'd slipped the leash...
Lucky for you.
My luck took a sour turn when I ran into this demoness. When I was with Huahua, she... It was only after I vanished that she realized she'd taken my power for granted. I wanted to hear her cry about it. So, in a fit of anger, I had this demon...
You had your wish. Can I trust you?
Of course. So, all I have to do is possess Huahua. Time to give this heedless...
Where am I? Tail? Are you here? I feel like I've been possessed. Mom? Is this an...
I don't know who you are. I'm sorry, Hua.
Trying to make us... Playing dumb? We shouldn't be talking to a monster. What should I do? Everyone always...
I haven't left!
Please, Tail.
Are you a judge or not?
They've all gone.
All gone? Let's bring this one back.
Hua Hua, I'm sorry. It's better that you pretend Mom and Dad are no longer here.
How can your own flesh and blood be so heartless? These humans. Let's bring this one back.
Why does Huohuo get so much attention? I'm gonna get everyone to ignore her.
The behavior of these brats is astounding.
This tail is just so creepy. It glows like some sort of torch. Rose!
Hey! What? Whoa, look! Whoa, our precious girl. Mom and Dad shouldn't have left you all alone. Whoa, I'm sorry. I was just jealous that your tail is cooler than mine. Whoa, I've always dreamed about having such a cool tail. Why don't you come play with me?
Oh, they're only here because you possess them and make—
Oh, come on. You wanted them to return. They returned.
Tail? You're not— Where have you been?
Dead. Well, I haven't exactly had a picnic. Exploding into countless shards. I thought about getting out of here, but...
I'm sorry.
No! You're selling yourself short.
What other choice did I have?
Forget about all that. I'm here. Well, since you put it like that, well, somebody needs to... Don't even think about escaping.
Time to change tactics. Lend me your strength.
Here is thunder. Show no mercy.
I see through you. Together as one.
You chose the wrong.
You'll pay for this.
Conflict is pitiless. I'll see you all.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Follow my charge. Here is thunder.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
There's no time to lose. You chose the wrong enemy. Eternal sleep. The dead return!
All things in this human creations. Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless.
Thank you. Well?
Oh, shows.
That's just... Well, well.
Despite Cirrus's...
Madam Hanya, urgent news from Fixtral Guard.
Cirrus may not know the location of Tail. There's no need to blame yourself. It looks like the end game that General Jing Yuan has been... Let's hurry back to Fixtral Garden.
If it isn't the judges at the Ten Lords Commission. Slug. Oh! And is that Mr. Teo? Back to being a guard dog, I see. How do... Still, after our last encounter, I've no intention of including you in my plans. To see...
The Ten Lords Commission's matrix is still intact.
Leave? That was never my... He seemed fond of playing the waiting game. I merely capitalized on that. Well, thanks to all of you, I've amassed the power of every Before that happens, I should keep my... Time to...
We've entered the storm.
To guard and defend! Crush them!
Our fortune is clouded. All things in this human creations. Together as one.
Eternal sleep. The dead return! There's no time to lose. Here is thunder! Show no mercy.
Time to suffer. No matter. They keep on coming back for more. What should we do, Tail?
Take it easy, kid. Heliabi might lack physical form, but they're not impervious to physical attacks. Cirrus is merely the moment they sense even a hint of
So, just like what happened...
Exactly. And if there's anyone who can cause Cirrus to shatter, it's him.
So, General, you finally decided to show up. Ready to face the music?
Defeat my army and I'll give you the rematch you seek. My words hold true. As I mentioned previously, when Tang Xiao and Ignamar fought, the scales were balanced. But for you, Cirrus, this game was never about fairness, was it? And yet here we are. My power decidedly outmatches yours. Notions of rules and equal competition are mere illusions. Now, if you don't mind, allow me to show you how the endgame is played.
Time to change tactics. We've entered the storm.
To guard and defend! Crush them!
Lend me your strength.
Follow my charge. Conflict is pitiless. Show no mercy.
I see through you. All things in this human creations.
Eternal sleep. The dead return!
Mere pawn. Converge and awaken. Time to suffer. Suppress.
Is that it?
No matter.
for this. Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Show no mercy. Conflict is pitiless.
The fate of humans means nothing to me. We play by our own set of rules.
Checkmate.
I concede.
Good.
I am no Ignimor.
I know of no faint flicker that could
Listening to...
The Heliobi may reflect...
I have been bested.
Next is eternal punishment. For an inextinguishable flames, such is the...
So mountains will crumble. Oceans will evaporate, but the Helio... As long as the generals of the Ciento live.
Cirrus's will to fight has been shattered. It can... Not at all. But the Heliobus we dealt with, one cannot help but wonder how many Lawfu generals this fragment of Ignimar will face in time. In my estimation, this Heliobus was not in this excursion. And as for you and the young Miss Squinite,
You're here.
If I were merely... I'm freer than...
Besides...
Well then, one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Since when did Fixstro Garden
Everyone on the
I wrote to my mom. What did you? I told her I went toad. You sound just...
Now, let's always on the hook. It's called I'm counting on you.
The ghost hunting squad can now rest easy for a while. There may have been a few Heliobi that slipped through the net.
Leave them. I don't want to brat.
Miss Gui.
Madam Hanya?
Don't worry.
Since when did Fixstrom Garden become...
Everyone on the...
To guard and defend, crush them. Humans, creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Show no mercy.
Together as one. Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless.
Troublesome. This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend, crush them.
Here is thunder.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless. Show no mercy.
To guard and defend, crush them. Humans, creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Show no mercy.
Converge and awaken. This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless. Let's settle this. Is that it?
You'll pay for this. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend, crush them.
Here is thunder.
It came together. Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless.
Time to change tactics. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. Lend me your strength.
Show no mercy. Here is thunder.
Nothing major.
Gather as one.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
There's no time to lose. Conflict is pitiless. I'll see you off.
Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Here is thunder. Show no mercy.
All things in this human creations. I see through you.
Nothing major.
Conflict is pitiless.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Awaken, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon. Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
All things in this human creations.
Heaven's surge. Rise!
Quick divination. Troublesome.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Troublesome.
Receive divinity. Do not fret. Repay.
Converge and awaken.
Grace. Heaven's surge.
There's always a weakness. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. Lend me your strength.
Awaken, dormant scales. World-cleansing dragon.
This battle is unavoidable.
Eternal sleep. The
Dead return!
Lend me your strength.
Heaven's surge. Rise!
courage.
I commend you. When faced with an army,
Time to change tactics. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. Lend me your strength.
show no mercy.
Converge and awaken. Time to suffer.
You chose the wrong enemy.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Here is thunder.
Time to suffer. To my heart's content.
I'll see you all.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
There's no time to conflict. It's pitiless.
A quick divination. Time to suffer.
Eternal sleep is not the dead.
Return!
All things in human creations.
Show no mercy.
Here is thunder.
Lend me your strength.
Follow my charge.
Conflict is pitiless.
I see through you. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them. Time to suffer. You'll pay for this.
Here is thunder.
Converge and awaken. Suppress. Time to suffer. Troublesome. This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
There's no time to conflict.
It's pitiless.
Show no mercy.
A quick divination. Gather as one. Suppress. Time to suffer.
I underestimated you.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Show your courage.
I commend you.
So,
Infallible. change tactics. To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Show no mercy.
Time to suffer. Lend me your strength.
Here is thunder.
Mere converge and awaken. Time to suffer. Troublesome.
Show no mercy.
To guard and defend. Crush them. Show your courage. Infallible. To guard and defend. Crush them. Human creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Show no mercy.
Time to suffer.
Nothing major.
Lend me your strength.
Here is thunder.
Mere pawn.
Show no mercy.
Converge and awaken. Time to suffer.
Was that it?
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Conflict is pitiless.
Mere pawn. Human creations. Time to suffer.
Receive divinity. Repay. Here is thunder. Show no mercy. The dead return!
Time to suffer. Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless.
Together as one. Human creations. To guard and defend. Crush them. Time to suffer. Will come. Subdue.
Here is thunder.
Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless.
Show your courage. Infallible. Be watchful. Always. To guard and defend. Crush them. Humans, creations. Lend me your strength.
The dead return! Show no mercy. Is that it?
Nothing major.
Conflict is pitiless.
Time to suffer. Lend me your strength.
Here is thunder.
Converge and awaken. Time to suffer.
Conflict is pitiless. Show no mercy.
Lend me your strength. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Here is thunder.
Time to suffer.
The dead return!
Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless. Is that it?
Humans, creations. Time to suffer.
Nothing major.
Show no mercy.
Gather as one.
Here is thunder.
Time to suffer. To guard and defend. Crush them. Lend me your strength.
Conflict is pitiless. The dead return!
Time to suffer. Lend me your strength.
Here is thunder. Show no mercy.
Humans, creations.
Life is as ephemeral as dew on a leaf, and full of wordlessness.
too peaceful. Hmm? Oh, it's you! Oh, the Astral Express is so peaceful and majestic.
Since when did Fickstrom Garden
To guard and defend. Crush them.
Show no mercy. Conflict is pitiless.
Together as one.
The dead return!
Lend me your strength.
Hear this thunder!
Since when did Vikstrom Garden become so?
Everyone on the Xianzhou's a trickster.
I came up from.
Life is as ephemeral as dew on a leaf.